We understand that it's hard for you to hear back there in the barn. Kelsey's trying to adjust it. Can you hear any better back there, folks?
Test, test. Can you guys hear me back here in the horse rack? Yes? No? Lynn's saying yes. Okay. I think we'll roll in. All right, good morning. Welcome everybody. We're going to try to get going here with our senior showmanship, but before we do, we'd like one more moment of silence for Dave Lambert and his family. So if you'll please bow your heads, we'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. We're going to get going here. I think we're just going to start, and this is your senior showmanship.
Your judge for today is Mr. David Korb from Oxford, Ohio. David and his dad run a 70-head sow herd consisting of Hampshire, Yorks, Landrace, Duroc, and crossbreds. Mr. Korb received his associate's degree from Illinois Central College in 2013. From there, he transferred to Western Illinois University and was part of the 2014-15 livestock judging team. David graduated in the spring of 2015 with a degree in animal science. Please welcome our judge, Mr. Korb. If you're not already heading this way, second class swine showmanship 9 through 12, Madison Anderson, Charles Gahabe, Caleb Meek, Amber Bushman, Grace O'Neill, Ethan Nelson, Cohen Ayers, Andre Hernandez, and Donna Hurst.
Well, good morning. Definitely glad to be here to get the chance to come and sort your livestock show. And we start with showmanship here first thing in the morning. We got 3 divisions, our 3 heats of senior showmanship. We're going to pick a top 3. And so I try to pick a top 3 right out of the gate. And then from there, I will compare the rest of the way. And so maybe I won't keep as many in the next couple of heats. So if you're in the first heat, it sort of works to your advantage. But at the same time, you're going to have to beat them eventually anyway. And so that's the way I'm going to do it today. We'll go ahead and pin the kids that we're going to bring back. And so this will be the last time I talk on the mic in heat. Then we'll readdress it when we redrive for senior showmen. If we could, let's give all the remaining kids a nice round of applause as they exit today.
Let's bring up Class 3, Senior Division. Lauren Spessard, Lacey Pickering, Ella Abbott, Abigail O'Neill, Chase Ominger, Jackson Ayers, Alex Hernandez, Annabelle Hurst, and Chloe Wakefield. Getting ready for the final drive for the seniors. Your competitors are Megan Wagner, Blair Euler, Aaron Scott, Madison Anderson, Caleb Meek, and Lacey Pickering. Class 4, Swine Showmanship Intermediate, 6th grade through 8th. Get your class ready if you haven't already. Wyatt Patrick, Landon Spencer, Madison Skiles, Sarah Jones, Olivia Overholser, Tatum Goyer, Carson Herr, and Morgan Butcher.
Let's give these three a nice round of applause as we start out the morning. I guess just a few housekeeping things. If you're a younger kid and you just got to realize, and you're watching, you just got to realize that you're maybe showing to a younger judge out here. And what I mean by that is I don't get too caught up on maybe the old school things of showmanship as far as shutting gates or making sure your pig's butt is perfectly clean. I'm more worried about you in the ring showing a pig and driving them right. I don't necessarily care if you touch your pig a little bit. I certainly don't want you doing it all the time, but maybe some of those old school things aren't necessarily what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a showman in the ring, showing off your animal, giving me all angles, and having perfect eye contact, and just never truly making a mistake. And so, maybe don't worry about some of the things that your parents have been trying to drill into the head. Go out there, show a pig, and do it the right way. With that said, as we get into senior showmanship, I land on these three pretty easy, and within these three, there's one that wins for fun, and they win easy. They never truly make a mistake. They're out in the center of the ring the whole time. Their animal's head up. It's presented the best down here. When I get in behind this young lady, she goes around the front of the pig instead of crossing over in front of me. Like I said, wins pretty easy in my mind. Young lady right here. Congratulations. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out what I was going to do for reserve and third, and that's certainly the discussion in my mind, and where you wanted to go and how you want to do it, because I prefer the driving style of one person. The other person probably does a better job of staying in the center of the ring, and so there's give and take, I guess. Both of them make big mistakes when they come out of the gate and cross right over in front of me, and they continuously do it throughout the drive, and I'd certainly like to fix both of them in that regard. So it comes down to personal preference. I wish both of them had a little more control. I wish both of them were maybe in the center of the ring just a little bit more. There's one showman that's just a shot more aggressive, and that's my style. That's the young lady right here. She's reserved. Congratulations. Young man did a terrific job of staying in the center of the ring, and from the start to finish, did a good job of just doing the right things, of having control of their animal. I wish you sped your speed up just a little bit. I wish your eye contact was a little bit better, and at the same time, I wish you showed me all angles of your pig. That's what the young lady ended up in reserve did, and that's why she works her way into reserve. Young lady that comes next here in four did a solid job of being very aggressive. I like that about you. Same time, we got to put it all together. Your animal's got to drive better for you. You got to stay in the center of the ring just a little bit more. Same can be said with the young lady that comes out next with the Duroc. You're aggressive, and I like that. At the same time, we got to keep that animal moving at a smoother pace if we're going to get in the top three. Young lady that finished out the drive comes out of the first heat and did a good job in heat. We come back out here, and maybe our animal's not just moving as well as we need to. But regardless, a job well done. Top six, I thought was very good, very good. We'll keep working in the showman. If we could, one last time, let's give all six of those a nice round of applause.
Winner of senior showmanship, Megan Wagner. Second, Aaron Scott. Third, Caleb Meek. Again, if you haven't already, be bringing up Class 5 Intermediate Showmanship. Aspen Calhoun, Joseph O'Neill, Tessa Ayers, Kale Hernandez, Adriana Hurst, Avery Dyer, and Kennedy Schuler. Just a reminder, if you haven't been over here at the Fair all week, we are doing a Carroll County 4-H Alumni Showmanship. The goal of the Alumni Showmanship is to celebrate the 100 years of 4-H by having alumni members show animals in a showmanship class judged by the exhibitors and judges if they are willing. Alumni Showmanship will take place after the grand drive. Alumni members will need to be nominated to be the Alumni Showmanship. Exhibitors can nominate alumni to show in the Alumni Showmanship throughout the show for a fee of $5. There will be a sign-up sheet at the announcer's table, and there will be reminders to nominate throughout the show. Exhibitors, by nominating you, are committing to using your animal for the alumni showmanship. So make sure there's an animal available for them. Anybody who is nominated and fits the following nominee requirements can show. Nominees can be a mentor, family member, or friend, must be capable and knowledgeable about showing animals, must be 19 years or older, prior handling experience with the animals for that species, no open-toed shoes. So if you don't want to get nominated, wear flip-flops. Alumni members must be at the show in order to be nominated. If you're nominated and wish to get out of it, you have to pay a fee of $20. Receipts will be given to those who nominate and those who pay out. The animal shows that will have these are Hogs Today, of course. Just so everybody's aware, they've already raised over $800, and this all goes to the 4-H program. Finalists for the intermediate division, Sarah Jones, Olivia Overholser, Tatum Goyer, Morgan Butcher, and Cale Hernandez. Let's make sure we're bringing up Class 6, Junior Division, Kaya Anderson, Isaiah Hopart, Abigail Skiles, Landon Yagi, Allison Scott, Gretchen Scott, Briley Springer, and Audrey Richardson.
If we could, let's give these three kids a nice round of applause for making it this far today. To me, it's a two-horse race out here between the young man to my left and the young lady to my right, and I think they sort themselves pretty easily when we bring them back out, and I get right in behind them. One of them goes to the front and on the other side, and one young man just wanted to spin in a circle, and unfortunately, I don't like to sort them that way, but when you make that big of a mistake, I'm left no choice. I think at the same time, another person out here just does a better job as far as driving their animal. I like their whip control. I think they do a very good job with eye contact and keeping their animal moving. I think just a very, very good showman. The young lady is my champion. Congratulations to her. I think for reserve, young man right over here to my left is going to work his way into second. I think you do a very good job. I like your eye contact. I like your intensity. Like I said, when you come right out of the gate, you can't cross over in front of me or spin in a circle. You just got to keep driving and switch sides. I think that ultimately is what cost you, but I think a very talented showman to be reserved. Young man here in three, if I could just get you to step back on your animal's hip, allow that pig to drive forward at a quicker pace, we can maybe talk you in for maybe reserve, because I do like your eye contact. You have the right idea of staying in the center of the ring. We just got to get you to move your animal quicker. And I think if you let off that animal's head, hit her in the side a few more times to get her moving, you'd be in better shape. Young lady comes next, and I love her intensity. She does a tremendous job of keeping that animal's head up. Unfortunately for her, we just lose control every now and then, end up in the corners or too far away, just a little too much. Young lady that rounds out the division does a very good job with eye contact. Just need to see more control in you, and I think right out of the gate, you wanted to cross over in front of me as well. If we could, let's give all five of those kids a nice round of applause in the intermediate division.
Winner for the intermediate division, first, Morgan Butcher. Second, Kai Hernandez. Third, Tatum Goyer. Sorry, Kale. Go ahead and bring up class 7, group 2. Gavin Heath, Elizabeth O'Neill, Riley Price, Dixon Ayers, Hudson Ayers, Colton Lanham, Elizabeth Dyer, and Madison Isley. If you haven't already, bring up Class 8 Swine Showmanship first year. Grissom Gilbert, Caitlin Yost, Josie Light, Tinsley Nichols, Curtis Farrier, Caden McCoy, and Grace Fosnot.
Let's give these three kids a nice round of applause for making it this far in their division. Not an easy decision here on the top, and certainly it comes down to two of them for me, and they're maybe contrasting in terms of their styles. I think both of them do a tremendous job of eye contact. Both of them do a tremendous job of presenting their animal and keep it in the center of the ring. They do the basic things right. I think one young showman probably just does a little better job of taking an extra mile of where to hit their animal and how to keep an animal's head up. Now, I'm not saying he's perfect at it, and I'd certainly wish he was just a shot smoother, because if he was, it'd be a much easier decision on me. But at the same time, his animals presented just a shot better out here. He presented himself out of the gate in a much a better fashion as far as getting their animal drove. I think he struggles a little bit more when we get back out here, and he maybe loses focus just a little bit, but when he dials in and he really focuses on what he's doing, I think he's the best showman out here. That's a young man with a Duroc. Congratulations to him. Young man with the black pig, yeah, you really impressed me, and I like your intensity. I wish I could control your intensity just a little bit better. I think we get a little bit whip happy at times, and sometimes I'm concerned that you're not necessarily hitting the pig for a reason, okay? I want you to use that whip for a reason, and I think if you do those things, we can maybe work you higher, maybe focus on getting that animal's head up just a little bit better. I think sometimes we would just want to whip that animal on the shoulder, and we don't really have a plan of why we're hitting that pig. You did a very good job with eye contact, and truthfully, you did a better job of keeping your animal moving the whole time, and I appreciate that about you. Out of the gate, we maybe want to stop and start a little bit more, and at the same time, we've got some shavings on our belly, and I really would like to change that from a presentation level. It would help you edge out the young man that wins, whose animal is presented impeccably when we got some problems with yours. But as a whole, very, very good job. I thought it was a tough decision, as top two are very good. Young man with the Hereford here that comes out in third is a very good showman. I like his intensity. I think in comparison to my top two, you've just got to be a little bit smoother. I think we need to make sure our animal is driving at a smoother pace. I know she's wanting to fight you a little bit, but at the same time, if you're smoother with your whip, your animal will walk smoother for you. Young lady that comes out in four is a very intense showman, and I like that about her. She works hard to get that animal's head up. She works hard to keep it in the center of the ring, and she's a faster pace type of showman, and I don't mind that. I think the pig's a little bit faster. as well. I think if you did a better job of just keeping your animal in the center of the ring, we could have worked you just a little bit higher. Young lady that comes down next does a very good job with eye contact. I can tell she's working hard to try to keep that animal's head up, and something I think if you worked on keeping that animal moving first and then trying to get that animal's head up, you'd be in much better shape. You were just too stop and start for me. But one more time, if we could, let's give all those showmen a nice round of applause.
Winner of Junior Showmanship, first, Colton Lanham. Second, Isaiah Hoppert. Third, Gavin Heath. Go ahead and bring up your second class first-year showman, Brayley Rummel, Paisley Richardson, Francis O'Neill, Blaze Humbarger, Kylie Sears, Carson Schuler, and Mia Fry. Also like to let everybody know that the Carroll County Extension homemakers are selling cinnamon rolls out here in wagons for sale for $2. Class 10 mini swine, second grade. Start getting your animals up this way. Tessa Yagi, Rachel Kraft, Brady Polson, Sophia Schroeder, Blake Skiles, Braden Springer. Missing from Mini Swine, Class 10, Sophia Schroeder. If you're here, Sophia, bring your pig on up. After the minis, we're going to be taking a 5-minute break so everybody has a chance to regroup from Showmanship and get their first class ready.
Well, let's put our hands together for all the first-year showmen out here in the ring. Certainly not an easy decision, and I like all three of these showmen, and I wish I could probably just put them all together and make one, and we really have something. I think at the same time, the showman that, to me, just never just made a huge mistake, and I think from start to finish, they did the best job of staying on the right side of their animal and just keeping it at a smoother pace is a young lady right over here. She's going to be my champion. Congratulations to her. From there, another showman that I thought did a very good job of keeping their animal in the center of the ring. I think sometimes we lose some eye contact. We get staring in the stands just a little bit more, but I like her smoothness. I honestly wish we could just fire her up just a little bit more. Young lady right over here is going to be reserved. Congratulations to her. Young lady that ends up in third, I love your eye contact. I love your intensity. I think, if this pig works with you just a little bit better, I would have went ahead and pulled the trigger to use you because I like your style. At the same time, we need to work on maybe using that whole whip to your advantage. And what I mean by that, there you go, and use that so that way when you're hitting the pig, you're hitting up on its head, and that way it's not getting confused. I think sometimes we want to hit that pig on the shoulder, and hitting on the shoulder is just going to make it go forward. We want to hit that pig on the head to turn it to keep it out of corners. But I like your intensity. I like your eye contact very much. You did a tremendous job and will be a tremendous showman in the future. Young lady that ends up in four, you do a good job of presenting your animal to a high degree, do a good job of trying to keep it in the center of the ring. We just got to execute it just a little bit better to work your way up. But again, if we could, let's put our hands together for all the first-year showmen that today.
Again, we are going to have a little 5-minute break after the mini class here, but the first class, Class 11 of Berkshire Barrows, be Sarah Jones. Mia Fry, Alex Hernandez, Kason Lambert, Clayton Johnston, Mackenzie Myers, Tyson Cooper, Mamie Filburn, and Reese Allball. Pig 47 has been scratched.
Well, we got a big crowd, so if we could, let's put our hands together for all the second graders in the ring. I think a very ideal situation to get kids in the ring, but at the same time to have good mentors along with them within the ring. And so it's not just parents yelling from ringside, but rather kids that know what they're doing in the ring with them to help them out. I thought all the kids did a very good job in here. At the same time, I got to pick a top three, and so it gets difficult. At the same time, I think there's one young lady out here that really handles the ring well, and I think from start to finish just did a tremendous job. Maybe you could teach some of the older kids a thing or two. Young lady right here with the belted hog is going to be my champion. Congratulations to her. I think for reserve, it gets much tougher. I think for me, a young lady did a very good job as far as eye contact. I think her show ring style is very good. Young lady with the Yorkshire Gilt right here is going to be reserve. Congratulations to her. Then I think for a third, it gets much harder from there. Another kid, I think, just with a very good show ring style. I like his just look. His eye contact was very good. Maybe got in the corners just a little bit more than some of the others, but again, a very good job to him. Young lady right here with the Berkshire is going to be third. Congratulations.
Winner of the mini division, class 10, Tessa Yagi. Second, Sophia Schroeder. Third, Blake Skiles. Again, we're going to have a 5-minute break. And then we'll start with class 11, Berkshire Barrows, Sarah Jones. Mia Fry, Alex Hernandez, Kason Lambert, Clayton Johnston, Mackenzie Myers, Tyson Cooper, Mamie Filburn, and Reese Allball. Again, number 47 was scratched. Don't forget about the Carroll County Extension Homemakers cinnamon rolls for sale out here for $2. Just want to remind everybody, your judge for today is David Korb from Oxford, Ohio. David and his dad run a 70-head sow herd consisting of Hampshire, Yorks, Landrace, Duroc, and crossbreds.
Testing in the barn. Testing in the barn. Can you hear me in the barn? Testing in the barn. Testing in the barn. Testing in the barn. Can you hear me in the barn? Testing in the barn.
If you haven't already, start bringing up Class 12, Chester White Barrows, Isaiah Hoppert, Colby Butcher. Just a reminder, you need to come up here and let the folks know which animal you're putting in the auction.
Well, sorry about that. As we started in the Market Hog Show here and started in the Berkshires, I think a good class of them to work with. Young man right over here to my left is going to be my champion, and this one has the advantage, and just in terms of shape to his back line. An animal is still fresh in terms of his body. He offers the most width and balance within this particular class. I'll be the first to tell you that he's not necessarily just perfect there in his ham-loin junction, but still within this class, he just offers the most quality. Young man's a Barrow here in second is another one that I like from a look standpoint. This is a bigger framed hog that still has some shape and some muscle. You know, he's not as fleshy in the center part of his body. He's not as perfect out of the backside of his shoulder, and he's not as square going away, but yet he's still the next best option within this particular class. Young lady's Berkshire comes out in 3, and she does a very good job driving this particular animal. I like his rib shape. I like his muscularity on the backside of his shoulder. Unfortunately for her, from a structure standpoint, this one falls out of balance for me. He's straighter about his blade, narrower underneath, and I need him to relax his rear ankle and rear pastern and see him just drive and go just a shot more comfortably. Animal comes in 4 is a hog that I think balances well from the side. I like his natural rib shape. I like the fact that this animal has some natural body and width to him. I guess from a structure standpoint, we need to spread him in his knee, relax him in his blade, and then from behind he needs to flex and go just a shot better. Need to freshen him at the top side of his skeleton. Young man's Barrow in 5 is very well presented, very well shown, and I appreciate that about him. He's still an animal that, as you get on top of him, has some freshness to him. Now, from a muscle standpoint, he's really lacking a lot there in the seat of his pants. I need to give him just more power all the way through. Young lady's Barrow that comes down next is a hog that does have some width underneath in terms of blade shape and just shape underneath bone and foot. A hog for me, as you get him behind him, I need to square him up just a touch. Young lady's Barrow that came out next had some natural thickness to him, maybe just a shot over condition. Same can be said with the Barrow there in 8. Young man's Barrow that rounds out the class, a hog that has some pattern and design, just needs a whole lot more muscle to compete.
Winner of Class 11, Berkshire Barrows, Alex Hernandez. Second, Tyson Cooper. Third, Mackenzie Myers. Fourth, Mia Fry. Fifth, Kason Lambert. Sixth, Sarah Jones. Seventh, Mamie Filburn. And 8, Reese Allball. And 9th, Clayton Johnston. Make sure we go ahead and bring up the first Class 13 Duroc Barrows, the first show class of Durocs. Colton Lanham, Megan Wagner, Mackenzie Anderson, Dixon Ayers, Tinsley Nichols, Colby Butcher, Ella Overholser, and Evan Royal.
Well, good class of Chesters here to work with, and 2 fresh, highly presented animals in the ring at the same time. As I get in front of them, get right in behind them. One of them has the advantage from a structural integrity standpoint. That's Young man's Barrow here to my left. He's going to be my champion. I think an animal with some balance and some design, a flexible hind leg. He's still big in his upper pin set. A hog that I like in terms of the freshness to his back. I like to knock his crest down just a notch, but I think in this particular class, he handles himself very well. Young man's Barrow here in second is very fresh in his back line, a hog that's got a big rib cage laid in him. He's still flexible as he gets out and moves, and I like that about him. He's an animal that presents himself very good from the profile. As I study his hock and his rear leg, we just got to square him up from behind if he's going to beat the Young man's Barrow that wins the class, but at the same time, a very fresh, very highly presented kind of an animal to go ahead and be in second.
Winner of Class 12, Chester White Barrows, Colby Butcher. Second, Isaiah Hopper. Go ahead and start bringing up Class 14, the second class of Duroc Barrows. Landon Yagi, Andrea Hernandez, Amber Bushman, Caden McCoy, Gretchen Scott, Francis O'Neill, Annabelle Hurst, and Clayton Johnston.
Well, very, very good top pair of red barrows here to work with, and there's some differences between the pair. I think at the same time, there's one that just offers more in terms of back shape, more in terms of bone, more in terms of look, more in terms of upper pin set and width going away. That's young man's barrow right here in front of me. He's going to win this particular class. I think just a beast of a barrow when you get right in behind him. Still very, very good looking from the side. Now, if you want to talk rib shape, the animal in second does have the advantage, and I do like that. About this particular barrow. He's forward in the center part of his rib. He's better in terms of his body. He lacks the bone. He lacks the look. He lacks the width and the power going away, but a very proportional, very sound kind of an animal to go ahead and be in second. The animal that comes next here in 3 is a hog that I like in terms of just his natural thickness, an animal that's very, very big in the center part of his body, still fresh and shapely on the backside of his shoulder, and he's impressive when you get right in behind him. Now, he's quicker about his neck. He's lower set at the point of his shoulder, and underneath he closes up more in the base of his knee. The animal that comes in 4 is a hog that I like in terms of his natural comfort out of his rear leg. He gives me a nice look in terms of his design from the side. I think as we start talking about just muscle and power in an animal, he doesn't compare to my top 3 just in terms of rib shape or power and muscle on the backside of his shoulder and width and dimension as you get right in behind him, but still a very nice animal to go ahead and be in 4. Animal that comes in 5 is a very thick one. I like this hog in terms of his dimension and his natural stoutness. Got a big blade working in him. Unfortunately for her, he's just a little more restricted on both ends of his skeleton, maybe just not quite as comfortable in terms of his movement. Young lady's barrow that comes out next to her in 6 is a hog that has a lot of dimension, has a lot of power, has a lot of bone. I didn't read him quite as comfortable off both ends of his skeleton as well. Young lady's barrow comes out next, a hog that his shoulder, maybe just not the natural fill on his flank, not the soundness or squareness as you get in behind him. Young man's barrow that rounds out the class is another one that's comfortable in terms of his movement, just needs a whole lot more muscle to really compete within this particular class.
Winner Class 13 Duroc Barrows, Colby Butcher. Second, Megan Wagner. Third, Colton Lanham. Fourth, Mackenzie Anderson. Fifth, Evan Royal. Sixth, Tinsley Nichols. Seventh, Ella Overholzer. And eighth, Dixon Ayers.
Well, definitely an interesting class of heavyweight barrows here to work with, and some of these definitely get big and they get quick, just in terms of their fat content. At the same time, we got two fresh barrows out here in the center of the ring. Young man's barrow right here closest to me wins. I think wins pretty easily. That's an athletic barrow in terms of his movement. He's an animal that's still got muscle underneath. You know, he's not just the sharpest looking, but within this particular class, he does have the best look in terms of his design. I think an easy place to start. Young man's barrow here in second is an animal that offers a lot of product in terms of just bulk and density and mass. Still a good skeleton underneath him in terms of movement and design. You know, he's not the freshest in terms of his neck. He's not the freshest in terms of just his muscle. But in relation to the class, he is the next freshest and he is the next widest, and that's why he works his way into second. Young man's barrow comes out in three, and maybe just a little bit sharper looking in terms of his design in comparison to the animal there in second. I guess for me, as I analyze this particular barrow and get right in behind him, I didn't see as much as width or natural muscle there in the seat of his pants or his upper pin set in comparison to the animal there in second, but a heavy structured, fresh, shapely barrow that has a good design from the profile. Young lady's barrow comes out next in four, and definitely a heavy, growthy, big, productive kind of a barrow. I like the fact that he is big in his rib and he's thick in his muscle. Maybe not quite as athletic in terms of his movement in comparison to my top three. Not quite as fresh or as youthful in terms of his look. The animal that ends up in five is young lady's barrow, and I thought in comparison to the remainder of the class, he was next best in terms of cutability and muscle. I thought an animal still offered a good look. Now, from a structure standpoint, I need to set him back in his shoulder, and I need to fix him out of his left hock. Young lady's barrow that ends up in six is a hog that has some natural thickness and has a good skeleton underneath him. Not quite as fresh over the top side of his shoulder. An animal that we need to just give a cleaner appearance to according into this class. Young man's barrow that rounds out or goes out the gate there, a hog that's very growthy and heavyweight, just a little bit too quick and not the prettiest in terms of his neck. Young man's barrow that rounds out the class, animal with tons of bone and tons of product, just needs to be a little better structured off both ends of his skeleton today.
Winner of Class 14 Durocs. First, Andre Hernandez. Second, Landon Yagi. Third, Caden McCoy. Fourth, Gretchen Scott. Fifth, Annabelle Hurst. Sixth, Amber Bushman. Seventh, Clayton Johnston. And eighth, Francis O'Neill.
Well, if we could, let's give our Duroc exhibitors a nice round of applause for a very deep show today. I think as we drop them back out here and just study them and analyze them, there's two of them that came out of a class. I think just offer more freshness out here today. I think they're just a shot more youthful. I think both of them are very nice, and we talked the differences there in class. I think my Granite Reserve coming out of my lightweights. Young man right here is my champion. Young lady right here is my reserve. Congratulations.
Champion Duroc, Colby Butcher. Reserve, Megan Wagner. If you haven't already, start bringing up your Hereford Barrows, Class 16, Clayton Johnston, Kaya Anderson, Riley Price, Hudson Ayers, Landon Yagi, Cale Hernandez, Kason Lambert, and Caitlin Yost.
Well, we get into our Hampshire class here, and only 6 entries, and certainly a breed that I'm very fond of, and maybe some people just aren't tough enough, or I don't know what their problem is, but they don't necessarily appreciate the breed quite like I do. I think as we bring them out, a very high quality class to work with, and yet there's still one out here I think just overwhelms the rest in terms of just true muscle and power. That's the young lady's bear right here in front of me. He's going to win this particular class. You get on top of him, and he simply just has more to him. He's got more back, he's got more rib, he's got more width and dimension, and still a good look from the profile. I'll be the first to tell you, we need to set his shoulder blade back in him just to make him more comfortable in terms of his movement, but his hind leg works well, and when she gets him going, everything comes together. Young man's bear here in second is more elevated at the point of his shoulder, and I do like that about him. He's an animal that's still square in terms of his feet and legs. You know, I never just got a great look at him because he's fighting the showman, and the showman just never really gets him out in the ring and gets him drove. But an animal I like in terms of feet and leg squareness, I like in terms of design. He doesn't have as much in terms of muscularity on the backside of his shoulder and his rib shape or in the seat of his pants in comparison to my class winner. Animal comes in 3, actually has more dimension and power and shape in comparison to the animal there in second. I like the way he uses his hind leg within this particular class. I like the squareness to his rump up front. He's lower at the point of his shoulder. shoulder. He's smaller in terms of his frame size, and he doesn't have as good of a look up front in comparison to my top two. Young man's Barrow comes out in 4, and an animal with a good skeleton and a more frame size in comparison to the animal there in 3, and I consider that a positive at these specific weights. An animal, as you get right on top of him, does have some shape out of the backside of his shoulder, but you step off that pig and analyze him, he's a little bit saggier there in the seat of his pants. He's not as bold or as dimensional as he comes right at you, and I felt more comfortable keeping him in 4. Animal in 5 is a moderate one that has some muscle. I thought from a structure standpoint, we need to fix him in his shoulder blade and his front foot. We need to freshen him up from a skin and hair perspective, and we just need to square him up from behind. Young man's Barrow that rounds out the class is a growthy, high-performing kind of a barrow. I like his elevation. I like his soundness. Just needs a whole lot more muscle to compete within this particular setting.
Winner of Class 15 Hampshire Barrows. First, Morgan Butcher. Second, Curtis Farr. Third, Grace Fosnot. Fourth, Landon Yagi. Fifth, Annabelle Hurst. And sixth, Wyatt Patrick. Go ahead and bring up the Class 17 Landrace Barrows. And be bringing up the Pullen China Class 18 Barrows as well, since there's only one in Class 17. Clayton Johnston, Amber Bushman, Madison Isley, Mamie Filbert.
Well, I think a pretty easy class winner is a young lady's Hereford Barrow right here in front of me, and he just overpowers the rest of the class in terms of width. He still has a very neat kind of a look for a Hereford kind of a pig, an animal that I still think has some bone and still has some dimension. He's not perfect out of his hip, and he's not the flashiest in terms of his neck, but I still think a very good one to go ahead and win this breed. Young man's Barrow here in second is one that really opens up well on his chest. I like his look from the side, and he's got more bone than a normal Hereford, and I think that correlates with his more of a Chester kind of a look. I wish he was better out of his hip and hind leg, but still a good kind of a pig to be reserved. Animal that comes out in 3 has plenty of shape and dimension and back in him. I like those things about him. He's stout as he comes right at you. Unfortunately for this pig, he's too restricted off both ends of his skeleton. Needs to be sounder within this class. Young man's Barrow in 4 is a sound one that can get out and go. I like his look from the side, and he does a tremendous job driving him. As you get him behind him, there's just not not as much muscle there in the seat of his pants. Animal in 5 is a fresh one, and that's why he works his way up to 5. He's big in his rib. He's got some shape up high. Unfortunately, as we get right behind him, he's got to be better in his joints. He's got to be stouter in terms of his bone. Young Lady's Barrow in 6 is a high-performing, heavyweight kind of a barrow. It's big in his rib. Underneath, he's too narrow. He's too frail. I need to fix him in that regard. Barrow there in 7 is athletic in terms of his movement, has some muscle. I read him to be the frailest within this particular class. Young man's barrow that rounds out the class is an athletic one, just needs a whole lot more muscle and power to compete.
Winner of Hereford Barrows, Kai Anderson. Second, Riley Price. Third, Kason Lambert. Fourth, Cale Hernandez. Fifth, Landon Yagi. Sixth, Caitlin Yost. Seventh, Hudson Ayers. And eighth, Clayton Johnston.
Only one Landrace out here, and the young man still brings us a good one. This animal's fresh. At the top side of his skeleton, he's still a big rib kind of a hog, and as you get in behind him, he's still square and shapely and dimensional. Up front, we'd like to pick him up in terms of where his front feet hit and just the elevation at his shoulder. Maybe clean him up in his neck just a touch as well, but still a powerful Landrace, very well presented, very well shown. Congratulations to this young man.
Winner Landrace Barrows Class 17, Cale Hernandez. Go ahead and start bringing up our spot barrows, Class 1 of the spot barrows, Class 19 overall. Mackenzie Anderson, Amber Bushman, Aspen Calhoun, Caden McCoy, Tessa Ayers, and Sarah Jones. They bringing up your spot barrows.
Well, I think a good class of pole ones here, and only 4, and we make quick work of it because there's only 4. I think the decision was between Grant and Reserve here, and for me, I like the Young Lady's Barrow here to my left to win. I think he offers a smoother design, a better look from the profile. He's still an animal that's got width and muscle. I'd like to make both of them sounder, and I certainly would like to make this pig just a notch more agile in terms of his movement out of his hip and hind leg, but yet I still think he's longer hipped and smoother hipped, and that's why he wins. Young Ladies Barrow here in second is an animal that offers a plenty of shape and muscularity out of the backside of his shoulder. I read him to be just coarser all the way through. He's straighter in terms of his shoulder, he's rounder out of his hip, he's coarser about his joints. I just like to smoothen him up in order to beat the animal ahead of him in his class. The animal that comes out in 3 is a heavyweight, productive kind of a barrow. Still got some center body and some rib shape in him. I'd like to see just more muscle in that particular guy to get him up any higher. Animal that rounds out the class is the lightweight barrow, and I do like his design in terms of his look from the profile. Unfortunately for the young man, he's the lightweight barrow, and he's given up just too much in terms of muscularity and internal dimension to compete with the other 3.
Winner, Class 18 Poland China Barrows. First, Madison Isley. Second, Amber Bushman. Third, Mamie Filburn. Fourth, Clayton Johnston. Go ahead and bring up Class 20 Spot Barrows, the second class of the Spot Barrows. Lacey Pickering, Donna Hurst, Madison Isley, Audrey Richardson, Reese Allball, and Titus Kilty.
As of right now, we have 17 people nominated for our Alumni Showmanship class. The following people have already been nominated. And if you want to opt out, you come see me and pay me $20. Brad Farr, Keegan Sheese, Carrie Butcher, Lauren Bush, Coy Myers, Hannah Hurst, Carly Sparks, Henry Hurst, Pat O'Neill, Patrick O'Neill, Roger Fry, Carrie Gahabe, Cameron Gahabe, Chad Lanham, Kent Overhalser, Keegan Meek, and Adam Shanks. You have all been nominated for the Alumni Showmanship class.
Well, good class of spots here to work with, and an animal that I like to start is a young man's hog right here in front of me. An animal that's still very big in terms of his rib shape, a hog that offers just a little bit more strength and stability on his front foot in comparison to the animal that goes in second. Just a very beefy, stout one to go ahead and win this particular class. Animal in second does offer a better pattern from the profile hog that I do like in terms of his muscularity and his flexibility out of his hip and hind leg. I read him to be just a little bit lower set at the point of his shoulder. I'd like to make him just a shot bigger in terms of his kind today. We could probably clean him up from a skin and hair standpoint as well. The animal that comes out in 3 is a more elevated, more extended kind of a barrow, and I like the fact that he is taller at the point of his shoulder and still very athletic in terms of his movement. For me today, he's got to have just more in terms of muscularity and width and dimension, but still I felt his skeleton was what allowed him to stay in 3rd. The animal in 4 does have a shot more power in comparison to the animal in 3. Young lady works hard to get this one drove. I like this guy in terms of being bold in the center part of his body and still having some elevation. I just didn't think the pieces fit quite as well. He's not as square going away. He's not as good at the angle to his shoulder. He's not as good out of the backside of his shoulder. I just need to see him smoother and fresher all the way through. Young lady's barrel comes down next, and this guy is very, very thick all the way through. That's a bold-centered, stout-headed kind of a spot. I like his width. I like his bone. I like his dimension. He's got to be a lot bigger in terms of his frame size. We could tone him down just a touch from a composition standpoint, just make him leaner all the way through. Young lady's barrel that rounds out the class is a hog that has some muscle and has some dimension. Just got to be better structured, especially out of his blade and shoulder to compete within this class.
Results of Class 19 Spot Barrow. First place goes to Caden McCoy. Second, Mackenzie Anderson. Third, Aspen Calhoun. Fourth, Sarah Jones. Fifth, Tessa Ayers. Sixth, Amber Bushman. Class 21 Spot Barrow, be making your way to the makeup area. Kylie Sears, Madison Anderson, Abigail O'Neill, Chloe Wakefield, Blaze Humbarger, Mamie Filburn, and Madison Skiles. Bring your spot barrows to the makeup area.
Well, definitely some give and take here on this top pair of spots in the middleweight class, and there's an extreme, and then there's one that maybe just ties things together just a little bit smoother. I guess I prefer the freshness and elevation of the young lady's barrow. Over here to my left to go ahead and win this class, I think he's a sound structured animal that still has plenty in terms of shape and bone within this particular class. He's not the EST pig within this class, and I'm fine with that because I think his balance and his structural correctness allows him to win. Young lady's barrow here in second is the extreme one within this class, and I really like this guy's bone and his power. And when you get in behind him, he surprises you because that's a functional rear leg that's still big and powerful in his upper hip and still square from behind. I guess from just a freshness and a balance standpoint, he's lower at the point of his shoulder. He's not quite as just naturally elevated in terms of his look up front. I'd certainly like to clean him up from a skin and hair perspective to really make him shine within this class, but still there's some quality in that particular barrow to go ahead and be in second. Animal that comes in three is a shot fresher on the top side of his skeleton in relation to the animal there in second. I like his muscularity when I get him behind this hog. I guess for me up front, he's too straight about his blade, he's too straight in his shoulder, need to square him up in his knee underneath to move him up any higher. The animal that comes in four, I thought in relation to the rest of the class, had more shape and had more muscle, just more power all the way through. He's too straight in his shoulder and he's a little hook-legged from behind. I'd certainly like to see him move a notch better, but I thought from a composition standpoint, he was next best in line. Animal there in five is a hog that has some body and has some flesh and some bone, needs to be better out of his hock, needs to be fresher in his look, just need to fix him from a composition standpoint. Animal that rounds out the class, same kind of story, big-bodied and an animal that has some dimension and composition to him, just needs a shot better look up front and better structure in terms of his blade and front foot to move up any higher.
Winner of Class 20 Spot Barrows. Audrey Richardson was first. Second, Lacey Pickering. Third, Madison Isley. Fourth, Titus Kilty. Fifth, Reese Albaugh. And sixth was Donna Hirsch. Right after this, the judge does have to pick the champion and reserve champion spot barrows. So go ahead and start bringing up your Tamworth barrows. Allison Scott, Grace Fosnot, Ellie Abbott, and Titus Kilty.
well, a much more challenging class to put together as we get into the heavyweight spots, and yet at the same time, I think a logical placing is young ladies Barrow right here in front of me. He's just the best pattern, he's the most proportional, and within this particular class, he is the freshest, and that's why he wins today. Young ladies Barrow here in second has plenty of product and power, and certainly a heavyweight kind of a barrel. He should have that kind of rib shape and dimension, but I like his rear leg and his bone. He's not the freshest up front in terms of his look. He's not the best in the angle to his shoulder and his front foot, and that's certainly like where we'd like to change him. The animal that comes in three is very similar in terms of, he's fresh in terms of his shape in comparison to the rest of the class. I like his squareness when you get him behind up front. He's got to be more comfortable out of his shoulder and better in terms of his look and design up front. Animal that comes out in four is a sound one in terms of his feet and legs, a hog that has some internal dimension and power. He is straighter about his shoulder blade. He's not quite as just youthful in terms of his look or as dimensional in comparison to the animals ahead of him within this class, but still just a nice functional pig to be in four. Animal comes out next in five, and a hog that I like in terms of his freshness to his body, an animal that is still square in terms of his design from behind. Up front, we got to fix him in his shoulder blade, maybe just add just a shot more there in the seat of his pants, but a good functional pig to be in five. Animal here in six, another one that has some dimension, has some power. Got to be better in terms of his structure on both ends of his skeleton. The animal in seven's got a great look and a great design, and certainly very comfortable in terms of his feet and legs. Just needs a whole lot more shape and dimension and muscle to compete.
Winner class 21, first place, Madison Anderson. Second, Madison Skiles. Third, Kylie Sears. Fourth, Mamie Filburn. Fifth, Chloe Wakefield. Sixth, Abigail O'Neill. And seventh, Blaze Humbarger. Be getting your Yorkshire Barrows class 23 ready. Riley Price, Landon Spencer, Josie Light, Tyson Cooper, Mackenzie Myers, Tyson Cooper, Paisley Richardson, Grissom Gilbert, Alex Hernandez.
Let's put our hands together for our spot showman here today. We drop out these three class winners, and it's certainly not easy because I can make a case for any three of these and justify it, and depending on who you're rooting for or where you come from will probably determine which one you think needs to win, because I don't know if there's just necessarily just that logical placing of an animal. I think with that said, as I get them out here and just study them, there's one that is fresher than the rest. From a muscle standpoint, he is bolder in the center part of his body. He offers more width and power as you get him behind him. He's not as attractive as a couple others out here, and he's maybe just not as perfectly level on his top line, but he does have more just freshness and shape today. That's the young man's lightweight. He's going to be my champion. Congratulations. Well, we drop in that second place Barrow, and we talked to him in class. I like his muscularity. I like his freshness. He needs to be bigger in terms of his frame size. He just needs to be just a shot taller, but he does have the advantage in muscle out here, and that's certainly why it makes it difficult. I guess for me, go back and forth, and like I said, within that champion drive, I can make a case for any of them out here, and I feel like I can do it again because lots of different types and kinds. The animal that next best suits me from a balance and build standpoint, and just having enough muscle combined with that balance and build, young lady's middleweight is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Champion spot barrel goes to Caden McCoy. Reserve champion, Audrey Richardson.
Only 4 here in the Tamworth division, but yet I think some quality here at the top end, and certainly not an easy decision between first and second or granted reserve. The animal that I like best is the young lady's Barrow right here in front of me, and I think he just offers more width and dimension all the way through. I think as you study them as they come right at you, he's more opened up in his chest, he's bigger in his foot, he's bigger in his rib cage. He's not quite as youthful at the top side of his skeleton, or maybe doesn't quite balance quite as well in terms of look and design from the side, but yet at the same time it's his dimension that allows him to win. Young lady's Barrow there in second is one that's very lean at the top side of his skeleton. An animal that I like in terms of his balance and look from the side. I thought in comparison, just not as much punch there in terms of chest or bone, maybe not quite as bold there in the center part of his body. The animal that comes out next here in 3 is an animal that I like in terms of his freshness to his body, growthy kind of a barrel. I thought he just had a little bit more to him in terms of width and dimension and internal just power in comparison to the animal in 4. Hog in 4 has got a great look from the side, and young lady does a very good job driving him. Unfortunately for her, he's just flatter in terms of his rib. Just needs more body and just power and shape all the way through to get up any higher.
Winner, Class 22, Tamworth Barrows. First, Grace Fosnot. Second, Ella Abbott. Third, Titus Kilty. And fourth, Allison Scott. Go ahead and be bringing up Class 24, Cross Barrels, the lightweight class. Elizabeth Dyer, Avery Dyer, Tyson Cooper, Evan Royal, Kason Lambert, Blaze Humbarger, Isaiah Hoppert, Megan Wagner.
Well, not an easy class to put together by any means, and certainly I wish we had maybe just a little bit of a fresher presentation on one of them out here, and it would make my decision that much easier. But at the same time, I think if you read through that and just study the animal, that one is the best one, and that's the young lady's Barrow right here in front of me. He's going to win this class. I think an animal that excels in terms of bone and strength to his foot. He's still got muscle as you study him out of the backside of his shoulder. He's still square when you get him behind him. Maybe just not the smoothest in terms of his lines today, but still an animal that I like quite a bit to go ahead and win. The animal that is fresher is the hog that's going to end up second here, and I like this pig for being sound and square and correct. He's borderline fragile within this particular class, and ultimately that's what gets him beat because I was going to run to the top with him just based on skin and hair and freshness out of the backside of his shoulder, but unfortunately just a little too fragile for me within this class. Young man's Barrow comes down next, and I like this Barrow's look from the profile. The center body that he does have is very nice. An animal, when I get right in behind him, he's just got to be a little bit squarer. He too could be freshened up from a skin and hair perspective as well. Animal that comes next here in 4. Young lady does a very good job driving this hog. I like the freshness to his back line. I like his look from the side. I like the squareness as you get right in behind him. Unfortunately, as you study him up front, he's too straight about his blade, just too narrow underneath. Animal there in 5, a hog that's productive in the center part of his rib. He's sound on his feet and legs, just a little bit too plain in terms of his general look from the side. I like to freshen him up from a muscle standpoint as well. Hog here next, another one that I like in terms of bone work, a hog that has a good foot size to him, just needs a whole lot more width and muscle to compete within this class. Animal that comes next here in 7, a hog that gives me a nice look from the profile. So I get him behind him, get in front of him, just needs more muscle and dimension to really compete. Same story with the animals here in 8 and 9. Good, productive kind of a hogs in terms of just flesh today. Just need a whole lot more muscle and power to compete within this class.
Winner Class 23, Yorkshire Barrows, Tyson Cooper. Second, Riley Price. Third, Alex Hernandez. Fourth, Mackenzie Myers. Fifth, Paisley Richardson. Sixth, Tyson Cooper. Seventh, Landon Spencer. Eighth, Grissom Gilbert. And ninth, Josie Light. Go ahead and bring Class 25 Cross Barrows medium. Blair Euler, Kennedy Schuler, Blair Euler, Cohen Ayers, Lauren Spessard, Carson Schuler, Olivia Overholzer, and Ethan Nelson. We've got way too many to hold all of the classes up here for the crossbred drive, so first couple classes and medium class will go back.
we get started in the crossbreds, and typically for me, crossbreds are just a little bit easier to sort because maybe they don't all look alike like they can do in the spots of the Yorks. I think we got some differences here on the top end, and depending on where you want to sit in a lightweight class, will determine how you place them. For me, the animal that just brings more to the table in terms of uniqueness and shape and dimensions, young man's Barrow right here, and he's going to win this particular class. I think when you get on top of this guy, in terms of his spread to his back, the edge that he has up high, the boldness to his body, and yet when you get in front of him, getting behind him, he's just got more blade, more hip, more power and dimension all the way through. I'd like to raise him up on his front feet, maybe elevate him in his shoulder, and at the same time, we could just stouten him up in terms of his jaw line today. The animal in second is very good in terms of his body. He is more elevated at the top side of his skeleton, an animal that I do like in terms of just his squareness of feet and legs. At the same time, he's the frailest in terms of the bone. He's the narrowest underneath. He's maybe just not quite as unique in terms of his lines from the side. I felt more comfortable with him in second. Animal that comes next in three is a very flexible one. He can get out and reach and go. He's still good in terms of center part of his body. A hog that I do like in terms of just his pattern from the side. I think as you watch him come right at you is where we lose him within this particular class. He just needs more width, dimension, and the power up front as he drives right at you, but still a nice pig to go ahead and be in third. The animal in four is very good in terms of his skeleton. I like him in terms of the soundness to his feet and legs. A hog for me, just pushing a little too much condition on him today. Just need to see more muscle in that particular barrel. I do like the leanness in the animal in five in comparison to the Barrow in four, and I thought that was part of the decision. I like his flexibility in terms of being able to get out and go. I think as you get in behind him, I'd like to square up his hock. I thought he was flatter in terms of his rib shape today. Animal in six does have just more stoutness of feature, boldness of body, and shape and dimension. At the same time, from a structure standpoint, he's got to be looser off both ends of his skeleton to get up any higher. Animals here that round out the class, lightweight barrows. I thought the hog in seven just had more to him today from a body standpoint. I'd like to fix him structurally off both ends of his skeleton. The animal that rounds out the class is one that has more muscle and more dimension and a better look from the side. The hog that's just given up too much in terms of weight within this particular class.
Winner of lightweight class 24, Isaiah Hoppert. Second, Megan Wagner. Third, Blaze Humbarger. Fourth, Kason Lambert. Fifth, Tyson Cooper. Sixth, Evan Royal. Seventh, Avery Dyer. And eighth, Elizabeth Dyer. Go ahead and bring up class 26, cross barrows, class 3 of the crosses. Lauren Spessert, Mackenzie Anderson, Avery Dyer, Tatum Goyer, Carson Herr, Kaya Anderson, Riley Price, and Colby Butcher. Just a housekeeping announcement, folks. Don't have any wheelbarrows back there cleaning your pins during the show. Let's keep the aisles clear.
Well, definitely a much more challenging class to put together, and maybe just not one that jumps out and grabs you and says, I need to win the class. But at the same time, from process of elimination, we're left with two quality barrows to work with. And I think from a structure standpoint, the one that sticks out the most to me is the young man's barrow right here in front of me. He's going to win this particular class. I think an animal that is heavy in terms of his skeleton. He's a barrow that's still clean in terms of his joint and has some stoutness and power. I think as you get on top of him, he's still got muscle. Now, it's not the best or the freshest in the backside of his shoulder. He's not the boldest in his cage or the flashiest in terms of his look. But at the same time, he's a quality animal that deserves to win the class. Young lady's barrow here in second is one that hits me hard from a balance standpoint, and I do like his muscularity in terms of just natural thickness that he has. Now, up front, we got to set him back in the shoulder, and he gets a little round and underneath himself from behind. Like to square him up just a touch as you get him behind him, and certainly those extra dew claws don't help anything. But I thought from just a balance and design standpoint, easily the next best one within this class. Young lady's barrow comes out in 3, and he is fresh around the backside of his shoulder, and I do like his look from the profile. An animal that's got plenty of width and dimension and muscle within this class. Maybe not the best attitude, and as I get right in behind him, he's got to be cleaner in his joint and better in his step from behind. Animal comes out next here in 4, and I like this hog from just a balance and skeleton standpoint. He's an animal that can get out and go and drive very comfortably. He needs more bone, he needs more width, he needs more muscle to really compete within this class. Animal comes out next in 5, and same kind of story, a fleshy bodied one that's still square on his feet and legs, just needs more look, needs more muscle, needs more freshness to really compete. Animal comes in 6, and I like this guy's pattern from the profile. He's got a big form, a neat kind of look, some shape in his back line. From a structure standpoint, we got to bring him back in his elbow, strengthen him in his front foot, and then from behind, he's got to be square on his feet and legs. Animals that round out the class are both barrows that need to be better from a structure standpoint. The barrow that came out before was the one, an animal that had some muscle. The barrow that rounds out the class is an animal that needs a whole lot, just more power and dimension to compete within this setting.
Avery Dyer, you need to be in this class coming up, class 26. Avery Dyer. If you're not already headed this way, class 27, crossbred barrows. Cassandra Keppen, Colton Lanham, Ella Abbott, Dakota Keppen, Paisley Richardson, Landon Yagi, Jackson Ayers, and Caleb Meek.
Well, very, very good pair of them here on the top end, and I sort these two off very quickly because both of them have the palette. Both of them have the pattern and the balance is what I'm trying to say that I like from the profile, and yet at the same time, they're genuine in terms of their width underneath. They have the bone, the dimension that I like to see. I think as you get them out here, there's slight differences to sort the pair. One of them is fresher from a muscle standpoint. I think he opens up better underneath, and I think as you watch him go away, he has a definite advantage in terms of muscle today. That's the young man's kind of sandy roan colored one over here. He's going to go ahead and win this particular class. I love this guy in terms of his center body. I love him in terms of his rib shape. Now, he's not the most extended up front, and he's maybe just not quite as coordinated out of his shoulder, but he is fresher from a muscle standpoint, and that's why he wins. Young man's Barrow here in second. His drove much better, and I definitely appreciate that, and I think this animal from the side is very, very neat. I like his head. I like the shape to his skull. An animal still opens up well on his chest. He's strong on his front foot. Great in terms of his pattern from the side. As I get right in behind him, I just don't see him having as just much natural shape and muscle in comparison to the Barrow that wins today. Animal that comes out next here in 3 is a hog that's extremely fresh and extremely shapely up high. I like his width and his dimension as you get right in behind him. Still gives me a good youthful look from the profile as I watch him come right at me. He's the narrowest in his chest. He closes up in his knee. He's the frailest in terms of his bone in comparison to my top 2. Animal that comes next in 4 is a hog that's got some muscularity and some shape. Now from a skeleton standpoint, where we need to change him, I'd like to square him up in his hind leg going away. Animal that comes next in 5, a hog that I like in terms of his natural skeleton being square, an animal that's still fresh from a skin and hair perspective, just too narrow underneath off both ends of his skeleton. The animal that comes next in 6, a hog that just had more dimension and shape and power than the animal in 7. Need to fix him on his front feet. The Barrow rounds out the class. Has a good look from the side, just too narrow underneath.
Winner class 26, first, Carson Herr. Second, Colby Butcher. Third, Riley Price. Fourth, Mackenzie Anderson. Fifth, Tatum Goyer. Sixth, Kai Anderson. Seventh, Lauren Spesser. Don't forget, 4-H'ers, you need to come up here and let the folks know which animal is going to auction. If you have an animal that's going to be in the auction, please come up here and let them know.
Once we get in the middleweight division here, I think lots of quality within the ring, and yet there's still a pair of them out here I think need to stick together just in terms of power and shape, balance, and design. Young man's heavyweight right here is going to be your champion. Young man's second right here is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
If you're not already up here, class 28, heavyweight cross, Gretchen Scott, Curtis Farr, Andre Hernandez, Brayley Ramel, Briley Springer, Abigail Skiles, Elizabeth O'Neill, and Adriana Hurst.
I think this class comes together pretty easy for me, and the young man's Barrow right here in the center is going to win. And I like his freshness, I like his design, and you get on top of this guy, and he has a definite advantage over everything else in the class from a muscle and power standpoint. Just breaking him down farther, I guess as I get him behind him, I guess I just question if he's got too much. He gets a little bit round and a little coarse in his hock, but yet he still handles it well. I'd like to elevate him on his front feet here today. The animal in second, just a good design, basic kind of a barrel. I like just his natural skeleton, his ability to get out and go is very, very nice. I thought in comparison to my class winner, he just doesn't have as much muscle there at the top side of his skeleton. I like to stouten him up about his head and his chest as well. Animal comes out next in three, has more internal dimension and probably just a harder shape out of his shoulder. Animal that's got lots of width, lots of dimension. I didn't see his spine fitting together quite as well. He's maybe just not quite as comfortable in his step from behind as the Barrows in 1 and 2. Animal in 4 is a hog that's very fleshy in the center part of his body, a hog that still has some shape and dimension up high. I guess as I get right in behind him, he needs more in the seat of his pants. I like to strengthen him on his front feet and add more stability to the way he steps out of his shoulder. Animal that comes next in 5, I thought in comparison to the remaining animals, just had more muscle and product. I thought in comparison though, the hogs ahead of him, he needed more, especially in the seat of his pants. Needs to be freshened up out of the backside of his shoulder, but a good functional kind of a pig to be in 5. Animal that comes next just simply had more than the animals on down the line. At the same time, just needs to be freshened up, leveled out in his top line. Nice functional kind of a pig here, just needs a lot more muscle. Animal rounds out the class. Good on feet and legs, just needs a lot more width to compete.
Light and middleweight champions, start bringing your pigs back up. Winner of class 27, Colton Lanham. Second, Paisley Richardson. Third, Landon Yagi. Fourth, Caleb Meek. Fifth, Ella Abbott. Sixth, Dakota Keppin. Seventh, Jackson Ayers. And eighth, Cassandra Keppin. Again, champion reserve of the medium and lightweight classes. Bring your animals back up. Just a heads up so you're not already getting your gilts ready. After the Homeborn and Raised class, there will be a half-hour break for lunch.
This class presents some challenges to work through and to sort and discuss. And I guess as I watch them come and watch them go, the animal that just has more width and dimension underneath is young man's Barrow right here in front of me. He's going to win this particular class. I like this Barrow for his squareness. I like him for his design. I'd like to fix him in his shoulder blade just a touch. He's wanting to rock forward there a little bit more than I'd like to see. But when this young man gets him going and gets his head up, I think everything comes together just a little bit better. I think the animal here in second does have a very neat look from the side, and he does fit just a shot more comfortably into his shoulder. An animal that balances very well, got a neat kind of head on him up front. I think as I study him, watch him come and go, he's just the narrowest in terms of his base width. I like to spread him in his knee and just give him a shot more there as he turns and goes. Hog comes out next in 3, and this one does have some dimension and some muscle within this particular class. I like that about him. I like that he's big in his rib. He just doesn't quite fit together from a balance standpoint. He deviates out of the backside of his shoulder just more in terms of the levelness to his top line, maybe just not the prettiest in terms of the crest to his neck, but I think an animal with some bone and some power to be in 3. Hog in 4 is an interesting one because you get on top of this guy, he's got a big rolled up puffy back in him that's still square when you get him behind him. As you watch him come right at you, he's the narrowest in terms of the base. I like to just make him bolder and stouter in terms of his forearm today. Young lady's kind of colored up, down-eared one here is an interesting one because initially out of the gate he doesn't catch your attention from a look and design standpoint, but as you study that hog, he's got natural muscle, he's got natural rib cage, and he's sound and flexible on his feet and legs, maybe just not quite the design some of them ahead of him. Young lady's blue one that comes out of pin 6 is a hog that's got some length and he's got some muscle, just doesn't fit together from a balance standpoint. Like to square him up on his feet and legs today. Hog there in 7 is an interesting one because he's got body and flesh. He's still square on his feet and legs, just not quite as flashy from a muscularity standpoint or a look and design standpoint, but a functional kind of a pig to be in 7. Animal in 8's an interesting one as well because he's got some rib shape, he's got some back shape, but he doesn't fit together from a balance standpoint. Just need to see more there in the rear half of him to get up any higher.
We're not seeing the lightweight cross division, Isaiah Hoppert and Megan Wagner. We need your pigs up here for the champion drive for crossbred.
Well, as we drop him back out, I think an easy champion in my mind. I think he just overwhelms the rest of them, or the other one, just in terms of width and muscle, dimension, and power. Young man's Barrow right over here to my left is going to be my champion. Congratulations to him. From there, it gets just a little bit more difficult because we got two Barons that are similar in terms of build. I think one of them just has a shot more muscle. I like the way he's being driven out here. That certainly helps. Young man's Barrow, the last class will be reserved. Congratulations.
Champion crossbred goes to Colton Lanham, and reserve goes to Andre Hernandez. Need your Carroll County born and raised, Aaron Scott and Abigail Scott.
Let's put our crossbred let's put our hands together for our crossbred division winners out here today. There's not a perfect one in the ring, and certainly when I came to the county fair today, I didn't expect to find a perfect one, and that's okay, but at the same time, I wish there was a perfect one because it'd make my job a lot easier out here. There's two of them that are contention, and that's the heavyweight and the middleweight, and certainly we can go back and forth discussing on what you want to do, and depending where your priorities are will determine what you do with this placing, because both of them need to be fixed in an area or two. I'm just going to discuss them real quick so you understand my thinking, and then we'll go out and you'll select you a champion. We'll start with the young man's middleweight. I think an animal that is very good on his feet and legs for as much mass and dimension that he does have. He's so round in his body, he's fresh in his back, a big hind leg and a big square hip as he turns and goes. He's pretty quick in terms of his head and neck carriage, and I'd certainly like to lengthen him out there or just knock his crest down in him, but I think just his freshness and his skeleton is very, very good within this particular class. Young man's Barrow here in front of me is just a shot better looking up front, and I certainly do like his proportions from the side. He is very fresh in his back line as well, and he's certainly dense in terms of his body. We need to pick him up on his front feet, and I'd certainly like to make him just a shot bigger in terms of his kind. We could strengthen him about his jawline, and certainly as I get in behind him is where my biggest issue is, as he's just a little bit round in his rump, and he's a little bit wide from behind, a little coarse in his joint, and just a little short in his stature. I go back and forth in my mind. We could pick either way, and I could certainly justify it. The animal that I'm most comfortable with from a skeleton standpoint is young man's red one. He's going to be my champion. Congratulations.
Champion Cross, Carson Hurd. Reserve champion, Colton Lanham. I lied about the reserve, sorry.
Well, we drop in that reserve and that division, and that certainly wasn't an easy pair. Like I talked to him in class and division, I like his build. I like his look a lot. He's an animal that proportions very well. You just got to question just does he have enough muscle, especially as you get on the top side of him, study him in his rib shape, and then certainly when you get him behind him, I'd certainly like to give him just a lot more shape and dimension. But at the same time, he is better structured than the other Barrow, and certainly that's why it makes it a little bit tougher. At the end of the day, this is a Market Hawk show. This is an endpoint show. The animal that I like next best for reserve has the muscle, has the dimension. I mean, it's heavyweights reserve. Congratulations.
Reserve champion, Colton Lanham.
Only two here in the county born and raised show, and if we could, let's put our hands together for these two today. Certainly a neat deal. We give the kids a chance to show off, them doing the entire project, and certainly something that we should encourage as we continue to push for younger breeders to join the circus and join the show and take a chance and raise some animals and learn the whole experience. I think as we get them out here and you just study them, obviously complete opposites in terms of type, in terms of size, in terms of breeds. I guess for me, from a market hog standpoint, there's one that's just a little bit more comfortable, has just a notch more shape and muscle. That's young lady's blue butt Barrow right here. He's going to be champion today. Young lady's spot's going to be reserved, and I do like him from a flesh and bone standpoint. He just needs to be a little bit sounder off his front end today to compete with the young lady's blue Barrow. Congratulations to her on her reserve champion.
Champion Homeborn and raised, Aaron Scott. Reserve, Abigail Skiles. We now have a half-hour break for lunch, folks.
As of right now, we have 23 nominated for the Alumni Showmanship. The following have been nominated: Brad Farr, Keegan Sheese, Carrie Butcher, Lauren Bush, Coy Myers, Hannah Hurst, Carly Sparks, Henry Hurst, Pat O'Neill, Patrick O'Neill, Roger Fry, Carrie Gahabe, Cameron Gahabe, Chad Lanham, Kent Overhalser, Keegan Meek, Adam Shanks, Sydney Bordner, Tracy Springer, Maddie Sheese, Eric Sheese, Kelsey Holt, and Jerry Hendress.
Okay, well, we'll probably be starting about 11:50 with the Gilt show, so just kind of give everybody a heads up.
Class 30 Berkshire Gilts, please make your way to the holding ring. Class 30 Berkshire Gilts.
Class 31, Chester White Gilts, there's just 2 in the class, so let's get to 31, 32, get ready to come up. Kylie Sears and Mamie Filburn, you need to be heading up its way. We're getting ready to rock. Duroc Gilts, Class 32, be getting yourselves ready. Madison Anderson, Madison Skiles, Curtis Farr, Mackenzie Myers, Lacey Pickering, Abigail O'Neill, and Andre Hernandez. .4-Hers, don't forget to come up here and let them know if you're going to have an animal in the auction. Know their number.
We take a little bit of a lunch break there. We come back into it in the breeding guild side of things and start out with a very good Berkshire drive. I think the animal that suits me the best is the young ladies, and I like him or her the best because I think she's has the best angle to her skeleton, the best angle to her shoulder. Still an animal with plenty of width and power and dimension as she turns and goes. Still a really neat look up front. I thought a very easy champion in my opinion. Young man's Berkshire gilt here in second. It is very elevated at the point of her shoulder. I like her just body density. I like her width and her power. She maybe doesn't handle her hind leg with as much coordination, and then up front, I think she's the straightest in her blade. The animal that comes out in 3 has a better angle to her shoulder, and one that I do like for her agility out here. Gilt is very freshly presented. Just a shorter statured kind of a female. I need to make her just a shot taller at the point of her shoulder, just make her a little bit bigger in terms of her kind today. The animal that comes out in 4, just a very complete, correct kind of a gilt to be in 4. I like her basic build. I like her basic design. Maybe not quite as flashy or as fluffy as the top 3. Just need to freshen her up out of the backside of her shoulder and just give her more flesh and overall freshness to compete within this class. The animal in 5's a neat looking one from the profile. In terms of just natural shape out of the backside of her shoulder, she's square when you get in behind her. Up front, just a little too straight about her blade today. Animal here in 6 is another one that has a decent look from the profile and square on her feet and legs. Just needs a whole lot more width and muscle and power to compete. The animal that rounds out the class, one with some bone and some dimension, just needs to be better from a skeleton standpoint to get up any higher.
Class 30 Berkshire Gilts. First, Aaron Scott. Second, Andre Hernandez. Third, Colton Lanham. Fourth, Merrick Macluso. Fifth, Olivia Overholser. Sixth, Mamie Filburn. Seventh, Kylie Sears.
Well, very good pair of chesters again, and I think a logical place to start in my mind is the young lady's big gilt here to my left, an animal that I think reads very comfortable in terms of her skeleton and her angles. She's still plenty fleshy and stout in terms of her center body and her midrib, an animal that's still fresh out of the backside of her shoulder. I think the angle to her shoulder is what allows her to beat the animal that ends up in second. I think she's more genuine in terms of her chest and her knee. I'd be the first to tell you, I'd like to change the angle to her vulva, but it doesn't necessarily bother me as much as it does some. The animal here in second is one that really has a neat look from the side and really square and fresh up high, an animal that still has some bone and some density. As she comes right at you, wants to close up at the base of her knee just a little bit more, maybe not quite as square out of her hock or as smooth in her hemloin junction, but an animal with a fresh shape, a good kind of a look, and lots of power to go ahead and be a reserve in this division.
Winner of Class 31, Chester White Gilts, Megan Wagner. Second, Kale Hernandez. Let's go ahead and start getting Class 33 Duroc Gilts ready. Grissom Gilbert, Madison Wagner, Gretchen Scott, Caleb Meek, Morgan Butcher, and Riley Price. In case you've been late to the show, your judge for today is David Korb from Oxford, Ohio. David and his dad run a 70-head sow herd consisting of Hamps, Yorks, Landrace, Duroc, and crossbreds.
Well, good pair of them out here in your red division or in your red class, and certainly two gilts that are very similar in terms of their type and kind, and just slight differences sort the pair. I guess for me, the animal that puts everything together in just the most complete package out here is young lady's gilt here to my right. She's going to go ahead and win this particular class. I think as you watch that gilt drive right at you, she just spreads just a shot wider at the base of her knee. She's just a bit bolder in terms of her center body and her rib shape. Still very flexible. Still very good looking out on the move. The animal in second is a shot more unique in terms of head and neck extension, bone and foot size, and just power when you get right in behind her. At the same time, she closes up the most in her knee. She gets straighter in her knee, and then as you study her through the center part of her body, she's just a little bit flatter in comparison to the gilt that goes ahead and wins this particular class. Young man's gilt that comes out in 3 is the stout one within this drive, and I certainly do like the extra dimension that she brings to the table. She's still square when you get in behind her, maybe not quite as unique in terms of her look up front. She gets just a shot crestier on the top side of her neck. As you watch her come right at you, she wants to close up at the base of her knee as well. I'd like to just loosen her up out of her shoulder as well. Animal that comes down in 4, very complete, very correct. This hawk's just a good one in terms of design and balance from the side. She doesn't have the overall dimension or stoutness or foot and bone that my top 3 have, but still just a nice, basic, complete kind of a gilt to be in 4. Animal that comes in 5 is a very fleshy, high-performing, growthy kind of a gilt. I like her overall just dimension and size she brings to the table. She's not as loose or as comfortable in her shoulder blade, maybe not quite as attractive in terms of her pattern or balance from the profile. Animal in 6, a heavy structured, heavy duty kind of a gilt. Maybe not just the looseness, the skeleton, or just the angle to the shoulder that I'm looking to see. I'd like to freshen her up from a skin and hair and body standpoint today. Young lady's gilt that rounds out the class. Looks like she's really fighting an injury, but a lean made gilt that's got some length to round out the class.
Class 32 Duroc gilts. First, Lacey Pickering. Second, Mackenzie Myers. Third, Andre Hernandez. Fourth, Madison Anderson. Fifth, Curtis Farr. Sixth is Madison Scott. Sorry, 6th was Abigail O'Neill, 7th was Madison Scott. Be getting class 34, Hampshire Gilts ready. Caitlin Yost, Allison Scott, Gretchen Scott, Lauren Spessard, Adriana Hurst, and Morgan Butcher.
another good pair here on the top end, and the animal that offers more of a show ring kind of presence and look is a young lady's gilt right here to my right, and she's going to win this class. I like her just natural soundness that she brings to the table, presented very well in terms of just flesh and natural muscle, a hog that I like in terms of just her design from the profile. I could spread her in terms of her chest and her knee and just stouten her up in her bone, but still it's her natural look and design with that kind of skeleton that allows her to win this class. Animal here in second is one that brings just a little more power to the table, and I like her overall just dimension, the size to her forearm, the size to her foot, a very big-bodied kind of an animal, just rocks forward in her blade, wants to push out in her elbow just a little bit more, maybe not shown to the degree that my class winner is. Animal comes out in three, and a very growthy, fleshy kind of a gilt that I like in terms of just her foot and bone. That's a big front foot and a strong forearm laid in one, maybe just not quite the overall just roundness to body or levelness in terms of look from the profile, but a nice gilt to be in three. Animal in four is very, very stout, very, very dense, very, very wide, just not quite as loose in terms of her overall skeleton as well. Animal here in five, another one that's got some muscle and got some power and width, again, just a little bit quicker and rounder out of her rump, doesn't tie together quite as well in her hemloin junction, gets a little bit more rock forward in terms of her shoulder blade today. Animal that comes down in six, got some body and some flesh, just giving up too much in terms of bone and muscle and overall pattern and design from this side.
Class 33 winner. First, Morgan Butcher. Second, Madison Wagner. Third, Riley Price. Fourth, Gretchen Scott. Fifth, Grissom Gilbert. And sixth, Caleb Meat.
Well, very good division of reds here to work with, and certainly some differences between the pair, and then eventually between the first and the second place gilt within this division. I think for me, the animal that brings the most to the table, just in terms of bone and foot size and power when you get right in behind them, maybe not presented quite as well from a showmanship or just a freshness of back standpoint, but I think an overall quality of animal standpoint, the one that I like best is the young lady's gilt right here in front of me. She's going to go ahead and be your champion. I think from there it gets a little bit closer because there's some differences between that second place gilt and this gilt out of the last class. I think the animal that's just a shot more complete from just a skeleton standpoint, from a squareness standpoint, from a freshness of body and back standpoint, it's the young lady's gilt right here in front of me. She's going to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Champion Duroc gilt goes to Lacey Pickering. Reserve, Morgan Butcher. Go ahead and start bringing up the Class 35 Hereford gilts. Madison Anderson, Olivia Overholser, Gavin Heath, and Dixon Ayers. Let's go ahead and also bring up Class 36, Landrace Gilts, Reese Allball and Carmen Hernandez. Class 37, Poland China Gilts, Madison Isley and Carmen Hernandez.
Well, solid class of Hampshires here. At the same time, there's a very easy class winner for me, and that's the young ladies Gilt right here in front of me. I think this one just overwhelms the rest in terms of just natural balance and quality. An animal that's still very flexible in terms of her movement. Simply the freshness in the backside of her shoulder. Just a very nice Hampshire Gilt to go ahead and win. Young ladies Gilt here in second. An animal that I like in terms of just her natural squareness, the skeleton. She offers a big rib cage and a good kind of a body in her. Still a good look from the profile. I need to set her shoulder blade back in her, just allow her to travel more comfortably out of her front end. But still, I felt her just natural width and girth is what allows her to work her way into reserve. Animal comes out in 3, and another one that's got some power, got some bone, got some muscularity. I need to make her bigger in terms of her frame size, elevate her at the point of her shoulder, just make her just a little more comfortable out of her hip as well. Animal that comes in 4 gives me a very nice look from the profile. I appreciate just the added dimension and power she has when she turns and goes. I think as you watch her come right at you, she's the narrowest within the top 4, and for those reasons, she ends up in 4th. Animal that comes in 5, a hog that I like in terms of just muscle and look and design from a skeleton standpoint. We got to fix her out of her rear end to get her any higher. Gilt that rounds out the class. Good on her feet and legs, sound and square, just needs a whole lot more muscle, dimension, and power to compete. Well, I'm not going to make my ring help pin the Wild Herefords out here, but at the same time, I think we got an easy class winner in the young ladies' gilt right here in front of me, one that opens up extremely well in terms of width and muscle, leaves you very, very impressive, like her design, like her style within this particular class. I think an easy class winner for me. Young man's Hereford right here in front of me. It's going to end up reserve, and I do like this one. Skeleton, I like her natural thickness and the bulk she has, the center part of her body. She doesn't have the bone work that my class winner does, but she might have just a better look from the profile. I like to pick her up on her front feet just a touch as well. From there, it gets a little bit more challenging, but I like the extra dimension and muscularity in this young lady's gilt right here in front of me. One that has some bone, it has some stoutness and some dimension. Need to fix her off her rear too, just make her more comfortable. Young man's gilt that rounds out the class, one that's more elevated and extended, just needs more natural dimension throughout, and like to fix that one off her rear too as well.
Go ahead and bring up your spot gilts, class 38. Mackenzie Anderson, Curtis Farr, Corinne Gahabe, Caden McCoy, Aspen Calhoun, Elizabeth Dyer, Carmen Hernandez, and Reese Allball.
Only two here in the Landrace division, and I think there's some differences between the pair that you could discuss. For me, the animal that suits me best from a freshness and muscularity standpoint is the young lady's gilt right here in front of me. She's going to go ahead and be champion. Now, the gilt here that's going to end up in second does have just a more natural elevation, maybe just a shot square when you get in behind her, but just maybe not quite the pattern or the balance of the side, not quite the freshness in comparison to my champion.
Winner Landrace Gilts, class 36. First is Carmen Hernandez. Second is Reese Allball.
Well, only two here in the Poland side of things, and I think as you study them from a structure standpoint, one of them rises to the top pretty easy for me, and that's the young lady's younger gilt right here in front of me. She's going to be your champion today. I think a gilt that still opens up well and still fresh in terms of her shape up high, because it has a good look up front and still comfortable in terms of her skeleton to go ahead and win the day. Young lady's gilt here in second or in reserve has more dimension and body today, and I like that about her. She's got shape on the backside of her shoulder. Up front, she's straighter about her blade and maybe not quite as coordinated out of her hip and hind leg, and that's what limits her within this particular class.
Winner class 37 Poland China Gilts, Madison Isley. Second, Carmen Hernandez. Go ahead and start heading this way with class 39 Tamworth Gilts, Blair Euler, Ella Overhalser, Aaron Scott, Audrey Richardson, and Chase Almager. We need Reese Allball, Mackenzie Anderson. We need your spot gilts.
What an interesting class, because we got contrasting types here on the top end, and it just depends on how you want to do it and how you want to place your priorities. I guess initially I maybe swap this pair and think the longer they drive, the more I get off them and just analyze their skeleton, the more I realize that I prefer the other one, and that's the young lady's heel right here in front of me. She's going to win this class for me, and I like her length to her step. I like the elevation of her shoulder. She's not the wolfy stout one within this particular class, but I think within this particular division, I like her kind just a shot better, and from a composition standpoint, I think she has the advantage. Animal here in second does have extra bone and extra body and extra cage, maybe just pushing on a little bit too much fat and cover for me today, and I think she gets a little bit rounded in terms of her shoulder, gets a little bit rounded out of her hip, maybe not quite as unique in terms of her look up front, maybe not quite as comfortable in terms of her step and her movement today, but she certainly does have more power than the gilt that wins, and that's why it became such a close decision. The animal that comes out in three, very, very stout, very, very neat looking from the stand. Unfortunately for this gilt, is she's got to get out and move, and she's too straight off both ends of her skeleton. She gets too tight in terms of her movement. You know, maybe if this was a market hulk show and I could appreciate her added muscle, I could maybe run with her, but from a breeding gilt standpoint, she's a little bit quick in this particular setting. The animal that comes out next here in four, a gilt that I really appreciate for her build and her design. I think she's flexible. I think she's comfortable. I thought she was just a little bit too stale at the top side of her skeleton. I like to freshen her up from a muscularity and just body depth standpoint. Just give her a shot more, just power all the way through. But I think a gilt, if you freshened up and put her on feet a little bit harder, would really look very good in the show ring. Young lady's gilt comes out in five, more elevated, got some foot and some bone, maybe just not quite the flesh or the dimension. The animal here in six is extremely powerful and extremely wide and stout. Got to be better from a structure standpoint. Gilt that rounds out the class. Got a good look, just need a whole lot more flesh and body in her to get her up any higher.
Placings for Class 38 spot gilts. First, Mackenzie Anderson. Second, Curtis Farr. Third, Caden McCoy. Fourth, Carmen Hernandez. Fifth, Corinne Gahabe. Sixth, Reese Allball. And seventh, Aspen Calhoun. Let's go ahead and start heading up with Class 40 Yorkshire gilts. Josie Like, Kaya Anderson, Tinsley Nichols, Mary Macaluso, Madison Isley, Caden McCoy, Audrey Richardson, Ethan Nelson, Adriana Hurst, and Madison Wagner.
Well, extremely impressive top pair here of the Tamworth gilts, and the gilt that I lead with just has more dimension all the way through. That's the young lady's gilt right here in front of me. I think one that really is wide in her chest and comfortable out of her shoulder. Still got a good look up front, and you get on top of her. Still for a Tamworth, I think has lots of shape and lots of muscle. Young man's gilt here in second. I think it's a very nice kind of a gilt, plenty of shape and plenty of dimension within this particular gilt. She's rocked forward just a little bit in her shoulder blade in comparison to the gilt that wins, but still a high quality gilt to go ahead and be in reserve. The animal that comes out in 3 is a very lean kind of a gilt that offers a very nice look from the profile. I wish we could lay her shoulder blade back in her just a little bit more, give her a little more flesh and cover through the center part of her body. The animal that comes out next in 4 is a big cage and a stout made kind of a Hereford. I like the strength to her head. Just needs more muscle and width when I get right in behind her. Animal that rolls out in 5, another one that has a good look. Unfortunately for this young lady, looks like she's really fighting an injury out of her hip and hind leg. Just needs to be sounder out here today.
Winner class 39, Tamworth Gilts. First, Aaron Scott. Second, Chase Omegar. Third, Blair Euler. Fourth, Ella Overholser. And fifth, Audrey Richardson. Go ahead and head this way with the first class, class 41 of Commercial Gilts. Ethan Nelson, Maya Fry, Allison Scott, Mackenzie Myers, Isaiah Hubbard, Ella Overholser, Colton Lanham.
Well, tough class to put together because there's maybe not just one that wows you in terms of width or dimension or muscle, and so they all start to look alike, and they all start to have similarities and just in terms of base width and muscle. So you break them down even farther from just a look and design perspective and a flexibility perspective. The one that I like best is also shown the best, and that's the young man's gilt right here in front of me. I think an animal that can get out and flex and go, still very big in terms of her rib, still a neat enough look up front and enough muscle and power to go ahead and win the class. Young lady's gilt here in second is naturally a very nice animal. She's heavy structured, she's very correct, got natural shape at the top side of her skeleton. I like her proportions from the side. You know, I don't know if she's just driven as capably as our champion. I didn't read her just as coordinated in terms of her movement, especially out of her rear leg, as my champion today. Animal comes in 3 is another one that's driven very, very well, and I like this gilt in the center part of her body and the way she's presented today. My issue with her is the widest part of her body is the middle part of her body, and I'd certainly like to open her up in her chest, give her more width and muscle from behind, and just make her a sounder and more flexible in terms of her movement. Young man's gilt that already made her way out of the gilt, out of the ring, is a gilt that is very sound out of her hip and hind leg. I like her flexibility. I like her design up front. She's just a little lower set at where her neck comes out of her shoulder. I like to open her up in her chest as well. The animal that came out in 5, a gilt that has some shape and has some muscle within this particular class. I'd rather to be the frailest of my top 4, and for those reasons I put her 5. The animal in 6 gives me a neat look in terms of design from the side. She is a real stout-headed one with some extension up front. I also rate her to be flatter in terms of her body, shorter in her hip, just not quite as coordinated in terms of her step. Young lady's gilt here that comes out next, got a stout head, a big form. She reads straighter about her blade, a little hollower in terms of her body, not as much power when you get in behind her. Animal in 8's a sound structured one that has a decent profile from the side, maybe not quite the bone, the flesh, the width, the dimension today. The animal that comes in 9, same kind of story. A good skeleton underneath her, maybe just not the uniqueness in terms of look, lines, and presence within this particular class. Like to give her just more power and dimension all the way through. Animal that rounds out the class does have some muscle in, certainly not a bad pig to be where she's at within this particular class. Just rather to be the straightest off her rear 2, needs more width and dimension to compete against some of the gilts ahead of her within this drive.
Winner Class 40 Yorkshire Gilts. First, Ethan Nelson. Second, Tinsley Nichols. Third, Madison Wagner. Fourth, Caden McCoy. Fifth, Madison Isley. Sixth, Mary Macaluso. Seventh, Kaya Anderson. Eighth, Audrey Richardson. Ninth, Josie Like. And 10th, Adriana Hurst. Go ahead and bring out Class 43 Commercial Gilts. Grace Fosnot, Alex Hernandez, Kylie Sears, Tinsley Nichols, Cale Hernandez, Caleb Meek, Tatum Goyer, and Wyatt Patrick. Sorry, folks, I left out Class 42 lightweights. Joseph O'Neill, Chase Alminger, Madison Skiles, Carson Herr, Gavin Heath, and Megan Wagner.
Well, good top pair of them here to work with, and I lead with the young man's gilt here to my left to win. And I think as you watch that gilt, as she comes right out of the gate, is why she does so. So big in her chest, she's long in her neck, got some strength to her head, a really big foot and forearm laid in her. And yet, you study her from the side, she's proportional. You get in behind her, she's still square enough for me. I'd be the first to tell you, I'd like to just tame her down in terms of just muscle and the way you got her just whacked out today. I think if you just eased off the feed buck a little bit, she'd handle her skeleton so much better. She'd blend and balance so much better. But that's an interesting animal to go ahead and win. Animal here in second is one that is very freshly presented and very capably shown. I appreciate that about her. She's good in terms of her body. She's good in terms of her shape. I didn't read her as big in terms of her foot or just as square when you get right in behind her, but still a very nice kind of an animal to go ahead and be in second. The animal that comes out in 3 gives me a neat look from the profile, and I read her to be squarer in her joint work in comparison to the animal there in 4. I'd like to relax her in her shoulder blade and just fresh and rough in her flank today, but still a nice kind of a gilt to be in 3. Animal in 4 is better in terms of her body out here today, and I do like that about her. Still offers a neat kind of look from the profile in terms of the shape to her jawline and her head. You get in behind her, we got to square her up to move her up any higher. Animal in 5, it's got some shape and some muscle, some bone work laid in her. Up front, she wants to twist out. I'd like to knock off that extra Ducal, and then from behind, she's got to be square today. Young lady comes out in 6, and I do want to commend this young lady because from showmanship to now, you've already made so much progress, and you made some adjustments to help you in showmanship, and I certainly like to see that. I know your pigs may be just a little bit flatter and a little bit skinnier out here today in comparison to the ones ahead of you, but she's a good built, good design kind of a gilt, and I appreciate you doing a better job in showmanship as you continue throughout the day. Animal that rounds out the class has some body and has some muscle up high. Read her to be just a little bit quicker about her neck, a little rounder out of her hip, but a nice kind of a gilt to round out the class.
Winner class 41, commercial gilts. Colton Lanham. Second, Isaiah Hoppert. Third, Mackenzie Myers. Fourth, Ella Overholser. Fifth, Ethan Nelson. Sixth, Mia Fry. Seventh, Allison Scott.
Well, I think this class fits together pretty easily, in my opinion. Young lady right here is going to win, and I think she wins just based on balance and presence within this class. Animal is still flexible and correct on her feet and legs. I'll be the first to tell you, I'd like to just toughen her up all the way through. I just like to make her stouter about her forearms, stouter about her head, and just stouter about her bone, but her pattern and just her flesh and her muscularity up high is what allows her to win this class. Young man's gilt here in second is one that's flexible and correct in terms of her movements today. An animal that still gives me a good look from the side. She's not as fresh out of the backside of her shoulder. She's not as bold in the center part of her rib, but still just a nice confident animal to land in second. The animal in 3 does have more muscle and dimension, and I certainly do like that about her. And you get behind her, she is much bolder and stouter in terms of her upper pin set and her hind leg. I didn't read her as structurally correct out here. She's straighter about her blade, maybe doesn't use her hind leg with as much correctness or agility today, but still a nice animal with some muscle and some dimension to land in 3. Hulk comes next in 4. Young man does a terrific job driving this particular gilt, and I like her from the profile. I think she's an animal that's fresh up high in terms of her muscularity. I read her just being softer about her front feet, narrower all the way through, and flatter in terms of her rib cage. As I get right in behind her, I just like to make her a little bit wider in terms of her base today. Animal here in 5 maybe got a poor attitude today, but a gilt with some shape and some dimension, some power all the way through. Her blade's too far forward on her, and I think if we rock it back, we can maybe move her just a shot higher, but her spine and her shoulder blade need to fit together a lot better. Animal that comes out next in 6. Young man's got a nice gilt in terms of natural body and rib shape. She's too narrow underneath, and she needs a pattern and balance better from the side, but a gilt with some flesh, some dimension, and some grow to round out the class.
Class 42 winner, Megan Wagner. Second, Carson Herr. Third, Chase Ominger. Fourth, Gavin Heath. Fifth, Madison Skiles. And sixth, Joseph O'Neill. Need to bring up the class 44 heavyweights, Merrick Macaluso, Paisley Richardson, Grace O'Neill, Charles Gahabe, Abigail Skiles, Rayleigh Ramel, Donna Hurst, and Aaron Scott.
We'll be dropping our first and seconds within this particular division, and I think my champion's a very easy decision. I think she just overwhelms the rest in terms of natural quality of skeleton, width, dimension, power, and shape. I think just a very nice gilt to go ahead and win. Young man's gilt right here is my champion. Congratulations to him. From there, it gets more difficult because we got 2 different styles and types and kinds, and just depends on what you like. If you like a more moderate, stout one, or if you like a bigger, prettier one. I guess for me, just from an overall quality standpoint, I think the animal that has just more natural strength to her chest and her forehead, an animal that is bolder and stouter in the center part of her body. You know, I like the elevator at the point of her shoulder just a touch, but still, I think just the better animal is the young man's black one right here. She's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Champion, lightweight cross, Colton Lanham. Reserve, Isaiah Hoppert. In case you're not already aware, folks, there are 100-year celebration t-shirts, $15 for adults. Sizes left are small, medium, and large. See Carly Sparks over by the junior leader stand. They also have window decals for $3 each. All proceeds go to the maintenance of the buildings and the barns.
Well, good class of them here, and again, just not to sound like a broken record, but I think two gilts that are very similar in terms of their type and kind. At the same time, the animal with more genuine power and width underneath is a young man's gilt here to my left. She's going to go ahead and win this particular class. I think one that's extremely square off both ends of her skeleton. Got a neat look up front. You know, I wish the showman would get into her and get her drove, because I think she will get out and step. She's just moving a little bit slow within this particular ring today. Young man's gilt here in second is one that's a little looser out of her hip and hind leg, and I definitely appreciate the way she is presented out here. I guess as I watch her come right at me, she offers the least amount of just chest and natural spread and blade, and then I think as you get into the center part of her body, she's just a little bit flatter in terms of her forerib in comparison to the gilt that wins. Animal that comes in three is a hog that I do like in terms of just her natural presence from the profile. She's got a neat kind of head and look and balance to her from the side. I think as you watch her come right at you, she closes up at the base of her knee, gets a little bit flatter about her front foot, and then from behind, I'd like to lengthen her hip and lengthen her stride and just give her more width and dimension there as she turns and goes. The animal that comes next in four does have some width and some muscle underneath, and that's what I do like about her. You get on the top side of her skeleton and she offers plenty of shape and mass. I thought in comparison to my top three, she was offering the least amount of bone and just true structure underneath, about foot size and I'd like to just fix her in that area. The animal in 5 is one that offers tremendous amount of depth and rib and body, a gilt that has some bone and some dimension. As I get in behind her, I'd like to square her up. I'd like to lengthen her bones and make her bigger in her kind. Maybe we could take some of that cover off her and add just a fresher look to allow her to pattern and balance better from the profile. Animal in 6, got a neat kind of head on her. I like her balance on the side. Need to lengthen her hip out and just allow her step from behind to go just a notch more comfortably. Animal here that comes next in 7. Plenty of muscle, plenty of shape. Need to fix her from a structure standpoint. Square her up from behind, allow her shoulder blade and elbow to sit back in her, and just allow her spine to sit deeper into her body. Young lady's gilt that rounds out the class, a gilt that's got some muscle, some dimension and shape from a structure standpoint. We got to fix her behind her blade, allow her hind leg to flex and go just a bit more comfortably as well.
Winner, Class 43, heavyweight commercial gilts. First, Tatum Goyer. Second, Kale Hernandez. Third, Grace Fosnot. Fourth, Alex Hernandez. Fifth, Caleb Meek. Sixth, Tinsley Nichols. Seventh, Wyatt Patrick. And eighth, Kylie Sears. Go ahead and bring up your homeborn and raised gilts. Madison Skiles, Abigail Skiles, and Allison Scott.
Well, last class of the day here, and I think I got an easy class winner. The young lady's blue gilt right over here in the corner, and I think just her natural skeleton and balance is what allows her to win. I think, you know, initially out of the gate, she doesn't hit you hard because she's clipped way too tight. And I think next time you go to show a pig, let's leave a lot more hair on an animal. But if you study that one's natural skeleton, her natural width, her bone, I think she fits together very nice within this class. Young lady does a tremendous job showing this gilt here in second. And up high, she's presented very well from a muscularity standpoint. I like her natural curve to her body. An animal so square from behind and flexible up front. We got to fix the way her shoulder blade ties into her knee and forearm and just open her up underneath. Animal that comes next in 3. I know non-traditional in terms of just color and look, but I think as you study her from a skeleton standpoint in relation to the rest of the class, I liked her next best just from a bone and squareness standpoint, natural rib and body and muscle up high. You know, not the flashiest from a look and design standpoint, but just her natural skeleton is next best within this class. Animal comes in 4, and this one's got muscle and shape and look from the side. Unfortunately, from a skeleton standpoint, just gets way too far outside of herself from behind, up front, really crashing on her front feet. Need to fix her and strengthen her in those regards to get her up any higher. Animal that comes next in 5, a larger framed, a longer bodied kind of a gilt, but I thought her natural bone, her natural body has allowed her to get up higher within this class. She's got some muscle when you get in behind her. You know, we need to lengthen her or level her out in terms of her top line, just set her back in her blade and just allow her to fit together better from a show pig design standpoint. Animal in 6, same kind of story. Just a good loose skeleton in this particular gilt. I like those things about her. She's lacking quite a bit in terms of just muscle and look up front, and that's why she works her way into 6. Same kind of story with the gilt that was in 3rd, is same in 7. I like just the natural skeleton this animal has. She might have more look than the gilt did that was in 3. She doesn't have the flesh or the body or the width or the dimension, and that's why she's in 7. The animal that rolls out and finishes out the class, a good bodied one that has some foot. I thought from a structure standpoint, she's got to be looser and longer hipped, just allow her to flex and go better off both ends of her skeleton today.
Winner class 44 heavyweight commercial gilts. First, Paisley Richardson. Second, Aaron Scott. Third, Abigail Skiles. Fourth, Merrick Macaluso. Fifth, Brayley Ramel. Sixth, Donna Hurst. Seventh, Charles Gahabe. And eighth, Grace O'Neill.
We get in the heavyweight division here and start analyzing and breaking down. And I think from a show ring perspective, there's one of them that just fits me better. I think just a fresher type of an animal with a neater kind of a look and still very square. A little bit hesitant in terms of her step. And I think the young man would show her a little bit harder. I think he could drive it out of her because I think she naturally has a square and fluid step, just a little bit slow in terms of her movement. Young man's belted gilt right here is going to be my champion. Congratulations. Well, gets a little bit tougher here for reserve, and I think as you break them down and analyze them, one of them's got a little bit more mass, one of them's got a better look and just a fresher design. I guess for me, the animal with a fresher kind of a look and a fresher kind of design, young man's gilt right here in front of me is going to be reserve. Congratulations.
Champion heavyweight division, Tatum Goyer. Reserve, Cale Hernandez.
Well, we drop them back out here for your champion overall cross guild selection, and certainly I'm pleased with the quality of the work with. At the same time, there's one of them out here that just doesn't look like the rest in terms of uniqueness of head and skull, chest and bone. She's simply just so much more powerful than everything out here, and yet she still handles it very well for as much as she has. I certainly think, if she's one that you could take home and just ease off of, she'd look pretty cool in a couple weeks, because she's got a lot of neat things that I really like. Young man's Gilt right here is going to be my champion. Congratulations. I think for reserve, you start analyzing and then breaking down. I think from just a skeleton and just squareness perspective, an animal with just a more elevated look up front and more just strength up front in terms of where her front feet hit and how they hit the surface. Gilt that's really got just a nice design from the side. Young man's heavyweight Gilt's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
It's going to be a 5-minute break after this selection before we go to champion drive, but you need to start getting your gilts ready. We'll start with champion gilts class winners first.
Well, we get into the born and bred division here, and certainly, like I said, in the last, in the Barrows, a good deal all around. And I know there's not a lot of participants or numbers, but yet kids have had these pigs a long time, and they've put a lot of effort and time into them. I think it gets close out here between a pair of them, and I think one of them just has more of a show pig design and look, just a little bit fresher at the top side of her skeleton. A nice pig all around. Young lady's Gilt right here is my champion. Congratulations to her. I think for reserve, like I said, it was close between Grand and Reserve. The Gilt that ends up reserve has a little more foot and bone and probably just a little bit looser hind leg. Maybe not quite the just attractiveness up front or the look and design, but just a bold, stout kind of a Gilt. Young lady's kind of ugly colored one over here is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
First place, Homeborn and raised Gilts, Allison Scott. Second, Madison Skiles. Third, Abigail Skiles. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we need all of our class winners for the Gilts to come up ready to show for Grand, Reserve Grand. We need our second place class winners to be ready. Be ready in case we need you up here.
At this time, we have 32 contestants in our Alumni Showmanship class. We have broke them down into 4 classes. The following people, once our grand drives are done, will need to be getting their pigs ready. Brad Farr, Keegan Sheese, Carrie Butcher, Lauren Bush, Coy Myers, Hannah Hurst, Carly Sparks, Henry Hurst, Pat O'Neill, Patrick O'Neill, Roger Fry, Carrie Gahabe, Cameron Gahabe, Chad Lanham, Kent Overholser, Keaton Meek, Adam Shanks, Sidney Bordner, David Barnard, Maddie Sheese, Eric Sheese, Scott Butcher, Amy Lanham, Amanda Scott, Sean Scott, Sarah Huff, Jason Scott, Lauren Weaver, Stephanie Skiles, Aaron Anderson, Caleb Myers, Brooke Abbott, Brent Fry, Wyatt Anderson, and Jared Anderson. Those are the 32 that will be competing in our Alumni Showmanship class.
Listen up, folks. Following the Grand and Reserve Drive for our gilts, there'll be a 10-minute break to give everybody a chance to get things set up for the Barrow Drive. Okay, go ahead and start getting your gilts up here. Aaron Scott for Berkshires, Chester Whites, Megan Wagner, Durocs, Lacey Pickering, Hampshire, Morgan Butcher, Herefords, Madison Anderson, Landrace, Carmen Hernandez, Poland China, Madison Isley. Spots, Mackenzie Anderson, Tamworth, Aaron Scott, Yorkshire, Ethan Nelson, Cross, Colt Landham, County Homeborn and Raised, Allison Scott.
After the conclusion of the Swine show, right after Alumni Showmanship, we will be taking pictures for the newspaper. After the Alumni Showmanship, we will be taking pictures for the paper.
Go ahead and head this way with your reserve champion gilts, so we're ready if we need you. Berkshire's Adrian Hernandez, or Andre Hernandez. Chester White's Cale Hernandez. Duroc's Morgan Butcher. Hampshire's Lauren Spessard. Hereford, Gavin Heath. Landrace, Reese Allball. Pullen China, Carmen Hernandez. Spots, Curtis Farr. Tamworth, Chase Alminger. Yorkshire, Tinsley Nichols. Cross, Tatum Goyer. And homeborn and raised, Madison Skiles. Judge is ready to start, so we'll just start down our list. Berkshire, Aaron Scott. Chester White, Megan Wagner. Duroc, Lacey Pickering. Give these folks a round of applause. Hampshire, Morgan Butcher. Hereford, Madison Anderson. Landrace, Carmen Hernandez. Pullen China, Madison Isley. Spot, Mackenzie Anderson. Tamworth, Aaron Scott. Yorkshire, Ethan Nelson. Cross, Colt Lanham. Homeborn and raised, Allison Scott.
Well, we still got Barrows to get through, so we won't spend a whole lot of time talking here. I thought the Gilt show was very, very nice. Lots of different parts and pieces we could roll with. I still think as we drop them back out here, there's one that just doesn't quite look like the rest. And to be real honest with it, she's maybe just not the most maternal in terms of their type and kind. I'm okay with that, and if you're not, that's fine. Don't buy her, don't breed her. But if I'm buying one out here, or if I'm going to go home and take one to breed, I think the answer is pretty simple. Which one I like? Young Man's Crossbred's my champion. Congratulations.
Grand champion Gilt was Colton Lanham. He'll select reserve, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall.
I thought my champion was pretty far out there just in terms of bone and look and density and stoutness, you know, maybe not perfectly maternal like I talked about. And I do think my reserve is maybe the opposite. I think this Gilt is very maternal, and I wish she was just a little bit more out there in terms of muscularity or bone or dimension. But I think she's so smooth, she's so complete, just a very big-bodied maternal type of a Gilt. Young ladies, Duroc's my reserve. Congratulations.
Reserve champion Gilt goes to Lacey Pickery.
Well, I was pretty confident on Grand and Reserve there, and then I can truthfully tell you from here on out, we could go lots of different ways, and we could justify it. There's still quality within the ring, and maybe just not the next one that has to be third, or has to be fourth, or has to be fifth, and so I can justify a lot of different things out here. I guess the animal that suits me next best, just in terms of quality and stoutness, an animal that's still square and fresh up high, maybe just not quite as attractive through her front end as maybe my Grand and Reserve, but still a very, very good animal. Ladies, Chester's third. Congratulations.
Third overall is Megan Wagner. Reserve Chester White, Cale Hernandez, are you coming up? He's coming, they said.
Well, like I said, for fourth overall, it can certainly get interesting out here, and it's between a pair of them for me out here. It's the two belted hogs. I go back and forth in my mind. I think the animal that's just a shot more flexible is Young Ladies Purebred Hemp. He's going to be fourth. Congratulations.
Fourth overall, Morgan Butcher.
Well, we drop in that reserve hamp and we talk during class. It comes down to it comes down to another one out here that was in contention for fourth, but there's still quality in the ring. I think the Berkshire's nice. I think the Tamworth's nice. My next favorite, just for in terms of stoutness and squareness and freshness of shape, young man's crossbred's going to be fifth. Congratulations.
Fifth overall, Tatum Goyer. Give you about 10 minutes to regroup, folks, and then I need for the grand drive for Barrows, Berkshire, Alex Hernandez, Chester White, Colby Butcher, Duroc, Colby Butcher, Hampshire, Morgan Butcher, Hereford, Kai Anderson, Landrace, Cale Hernandez, Poland China, Madison Isley, Spot, Cade McCoy, Tamworth, Grace Fosnot, Yorkshire, Tyson Cooper, Cross, Carson Herr, County Homeborn and Raised, Aaron Scott. And if you have a second place animal, reserve animal, make sure you're up here and ready to go, folks. We'll announce those in just a little bit. While we're waiting, just a reminder, no pigs leave the premises until after Royal Showmanship is over. And we need your auction designations before the end of the alumni show. If you haven't started coming this way, champion class winners need to be up here ASAP. Champion spot, Cade McCoy, we need your piggy. Reserve champions, go ahead and get your barrows ready so you're ready when we are. Berkshire, Tyson Cooper, Chester White, Isaiah Hoppert, Duroc, Megan Wagner, Hampshire, Curtis Farr, Hereford, Riley Price, Poland China, Amber Bushman, Spot, Audrey Richardson, Tamworth, Ella Abbott, Yorkshire, Riley Price, Cross, Colt Lanham, Homeborn and raised, Abigail Skiles. And I don't mean just get your pigs ready, get them coming up this way, please. Last call for all reserves to come this way. Berkshire, Tyson Cooper, Chester White, Isaiah Hoppert, Duroc, Megan Wagner, Hampshire, Curtis Farr, Hereford, Riley Price, Poland China, Amber Bushman, Spot, Audrey Richardson, Tamworth, Ella Abbott, Yorkshire, Riley Price, Cross, Colt Lanham, and County Home born and raised, Abigail Skiles. All right, we're ready to start Grand Drive. Berkshire, Alex Hernandez. Yeah, give them a round of applause, folks. They've done a great job all day. Chester White, Colby Butcher. I want to see how talented she is. Duroc, Colby Butcher. Hampshire, Morgan Butcher. Hereford, Kaya Anderson. Landrace, Cale Hernandez. Poland China, Madison Isley. Spot, Caden McCoy. Tamworth, Grace Fosnot. Yorkshire, Tyson Cooper. Cross, Carson Herr. County Homeborn and raised, Aaron Scott.
shut them down here for just a second. I won't be long at all. Before I get any farther, I wanted to take the time to thank the crew behind the scenes for not only having me out, but making sure the show ran very smooth. The people in the ring were tremendous today about getting pigs in and getting them out. And I know I work you hard sometimes, but I certainly appreciate when I've got a good ring crew. It makes my job a lot easier. We got a lot of people in the stands right now. If we could, let's all put our hands together in appreciation for the job they did today. I'm not big on speeches by any means, and but when I do get the chance to come to the mic for a grand drive, I always want to at least say something. And it used to be that I used to tell people that I felt more like a kid than I do an adult. But the 2 weeks here, I turned 29, and I can tell you that I'm not much of a kid anymore. And unfortunately, I don't get to use that line anymore. So we're going to switch it up today, and I guess not to get sentimental or anything, but there was a young man in Pennsylvania, and if you guys watched online, Hildy talked about it the other day. A young man in Pennsylvania was very passionate about livestock. He's very passionate about breeding swine and getting into it. And just about 3 weeks ago, I went out and judged a jackpot show out there, and I judged him, and it was amazing to me how far he's come. And at the same time, I feel a little guilty about it because I was maybe a little hard on him on the mic because we talked about some things, and I'd spent some time texting him throughout the year and helping him out. I even sold him a couple of bred sows for pretty cheap just to try to help him get started. And so I was a little hard on him, and I had a conversation with his dad afterwards, and he assured me that things would get turned around. But anyway, where I'm going with this is that young man passed away driving to work last Tuesday. And where I'm going with this is this is the county fair. And this is something we all love to do. It's a great time. It's a great event. Take the time to enjoy life. I truly mean that, and I can tell you as I'm getting older and I'm doing more counties, doing more shows, that sometimes it becomes more of a job than it did when I first started judging. And here lately, I've reminded myself just daily or every time I get the chance to come to the county fair or a jackpot show, is just take the time to enjoy the moment, enjoy life, because it goes so quick. In the flash of an eye. I was just helping him the other day. I think that night before, he was talking about what he was going to breed his sows to. It's amazing how quickly life can go and come. So take the time, enjoy the county fair, enjoy the atmosphere. I promise you, some of you probably regret, or not regret this week, but dread this week just because of all the drama and everything that comes with a county fair. County fair is a heck of a time. It's where you meet some of your best friends for life. Some of you might even meet your spouses for life, and some of you might make them enemies for life. And so enjoy it all. I promise you, it's a great time. With that said, we're going to fire these pigs up. I thought it was a very good show today. I enjoyed getting the chance to come into the and talk with your kids and talk your livestock and work with the kids. I thought the show and the quality was very good. I thought the showmen were all very good. We get out here for your champion Barrow selection, and there's one that just overly just powers the rest of them. And I think that is the best way to describe him. He is a power hog through and through, just an absolute beast out here. Maybe not the prettiest one, but I think in a county fair setting, he walks the dog for me. This one's awfully stout, awfully shapely, just a neat pig all around. Young man's crossbred's my champion. Congratulations.
Grand champion Barrow, Carson Herb.
Well, I can get a little windy in a grand drive speech, so I apologize. We're going to keep it short and simple. Your reserve comes out, and I think his shape, his dimension, his look is second to none with what's left with it in the remaining a grand drive here. I think just a very, very nice pig. Young man's reserve cross is my reserve champion. Congratulations.
Reserve grand champion Barrow, Colton Lanham.
Well, that finishes the crossbred side of things, and we got 3 more to pick, and quite honestly, it comes down to 3 of them remaining between the young ladies Hampshire, the young man's Duroc, and the young ladies Chester here. I think all 3 Barrows are very shapely. I think all of them are very fresh. All of them are great design. It's personal preference on where you want to go from here, because maybe the Duroc's maybe not quite as bold or as stout. Maybe the Hampshire is the stout, bold one, but not quite as pretty. Maybe the Chester just isn't quite as flashy as the other 2. There's give and take. I guess for me, the one that I like next best is the young man's Duroc. He's going to be 3rd. Congratulations.
Third overall with Duroc is Colby Butcher.
Well, we drop in that Duroc, and that one immediately comes into contention just based on his build, his design, and like we talked in class, he's one that's bolder in the center part of his body, but maybe just not as shapely as you get right in behind him. So he comes into contention, and quite honestly, it's between him and the Hampshire. They're different in terms of their type and kind. I think I like the design. I like the look of this young lady's Duroc. This one's going to be 4th. Congratulations.
Fourth overall, Megan Wagner.
Well, 5th overall is another one out here that is just tremendously stout up high. He's very, very bold. Maybe just not the best in the angle to his shoulder, but man, I love the shape, the dimension. Young ladies, Hampshire's 5th overall. Congratulations.
Fifth overall, Morgan Butcher. We would like to invite the showmanship winners, Ella Overholser, Colt Lanham, Morgan Butcher, and Megan Wagner, to come up and assist us in the ring with these alumni.